Welcome to Real America's Voice. We're broadcasting live from Dallas with the Young Women's Leadership Summit 2025.
You were made for a very specific purpose here on earth.
Join the largest conservative women's conference celebrating 10 years of truth, health, and freedom.
We care about life in every single issue.
We're bringing together icons like Charlie Kirk, Riley Gaines, Maureen Bannon, and more.
Choose motherhood.
Discover your sisterhood. Reclaim your voice. Young Women's Leadership Summit starts right now.
And good morning. Welcome to Real America's Voice. I'm Allison Hans, coming to you live from West Palm Beach. It has been an exciting weekend in Dallas, Texas, where young women from across the United States have all gathered for Turning Point USA's Young Women's Leadership Summit. The event kicking off last night with Turning Point's founder Charlie Kirk speaking alongside his wife Erica. Now, there is an impressive list of star-studded conservative speakers in Dallas for the weekend. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, and women's sports activist Riley Gaines are all on the lineup to speak about top issues facing young women today. The theme of this year's event is emphasizing faith, femininity, and well-being as foundational aspects of womanhood. Let's check in with our RAV contributor, Emily Finn, who is there live with the latest. Good morning, Emily. How are you?
Well, good morning to you, Allison. The energy is pretty high here in Dallas, Texas at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. As you said, the theme of this year really emphasizing faith, femininity, well-being of women. We could talk a little bit about how the theme has really changed at this event over the years. This is not my first time in Dallas with Turning Point USA's Young Women's Leadership Summit. I was here 4 years ago. I was actually a breakout speaker at that event. I was a public speaking speaker, was telling some of the young women some tips and advice on how to be a public speaker. And that's exactly what is going on right now at today's event. The breakout sessions are happening. Some of the themes of those breakout sessions is how to make an impact, leadership, redefining women's roles in society, what a woman's role should be in family as well. Those have been all really hot topics of conversation at the summit here. Allison, we have a lot of speakers coming up later tonight as well. Last night we heard from Alex Clark, who is a Turning Point USA contributor. She's a host of Culture Apothecary, which is one of their podcasts, a very on-brand conversation and podcast for society today. It really focuses on the Make America Healthy Again movement, about health for women today, and really thinking outside of the norm and thinking outside of the box when it comes to women's health. So we heard from Alex Clark last night. Dana Lausch, a conservative commentator, she was also on stage, and we wrapped it all up with Turning Point USA's founder, Charlie Kirk. He took the stage alongside his wife, Erica, talked a lot about family values as well. But today we have a lot of speakers coming up as well, Allison. Like I said, the breakout sessions are happening right now. Later in the evening, we'll be hearing from women's sports activist Riley Gaines. There has been a lot of attention on Riley lately, given a recent feud between her and gymnast Simone Biles. All had to do with trans in women's sports, which we know is Riley's main issue that she speaks about. So that's going to be really interesting to see what she has to say tonight during her speech. Looking a little bit further in the evening, Elena Cardone will be speaking as well, and so will Savannah Crisley. So lots of big names in the conservative movement coming up here tonight, Allison. A lot of excitement.
Wow, and I'm so impressed that you were a speaker 4 years ago. You must have been a little baby. You're so young. It is a great conference. I was there 2 years ago, so I love it.
It's a great conference, Allison. So I will say, just talking about the theme a little bit here, when I was here with Turning Point USA 4 years ago, it was really like a girl boss Barbie theme. You know, I brought my hot pink jumpsuit to wear for this event because that's what everyone was wearing 4 years ago. But looking around, I don't have a monitor in front of me, so I'm not sure if we're able to show all of our viewers what this event looks like. But you can tell even just in the decor, in the fashion, all of, women love fashion. So I've been looking around at all of the outfits, everything that women are wearing. I've been seeing a lot of, it's like a homestead. The kids are calling it trad wife vibes these days. So that has been... Yeah, that has been the theme of this year. I was speaking with one of the organizers, one of the Turning Point USA organizers of the event, and she said that the theme of this year was to really inspire coming home, right? President Donald Trump is now back home. He's back home in the White House. And so that was going to be the theme of this, to really channel First Lady energy. But I must admit, Allison, everyone seems to be really going back to the theme of last year, which was that homestead, the trad wife, the family values. I'm just seeing it everywhere here. We're hearing country music a whole ton. It's a very cool atmosphere to be a part of.
Very interesting. Well, I can't wait to dig into all that. I would love to take a look at a clip from last night when Charlie Kirk spoke and he welcomed the crowd in, so we can kind of set the stage of what this event is for those who may not be familiar with it. So let's take a look at that clip.
So a lot of these young ladies have competing pressures right now.
Okay.
Some might even have parents that are like, hey, you got to get a job, you got to build your career, you got to build money, marriage can come later. Marriage can come later. However, some ladies might be getting different advice from this conference or from even inside. They say, boy, I might want to get married sooner rather than later. How do they balance that in a godly and biblical way?
That's hard because usually those voices are coming from your parents. I mean, they were for me. And so it's hard because you're in that in-between of honoring your parents, but also knowing that there's a conviction in your heart to have a family. If you want, you can literally write down what your career, what you want that to look like on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, go pursue. If you find the right guy, that's 90% of the problem, is finding the right person first, then building your life. And once you do find the right person and your family loves them, your parents are going to be way more understanding and into the fact of you having a family. I think that's 90% of the...
So let me ask you, raise your hand if you had to choose between amazing career or amazing family. You have to choose. Who here would choose amazing career? Raise your
That's fine if you do.
That's
please.
fine.
Like, seriously, please raise your hand.
There's a couple hands. Amazing family. All the other hands got it. Okay, so for everyone that rose the hand of amazing family, how many of you every single day it's your purpose for being is finding a husband then? Every hand should then go up. But I thought you said you wanted amazing family. You have to prioritize and aim at what you want the most. I might be the only speaker that says this these next couple of days.
You just have to make sure that you find the right...
No, I know, but you have to prioritize it.
I know, but you can't be like a heat-seeking missile where you're like, you see a guy in the back room and you're like, hi. Like, you can't, there's like some nuance. I get what you're saying. I understand his sentiment.
If you're not married by the age of 30, you only have a 50% chance of getting married. And if you don't have kids by the age of 30, you have a 50% chance of not having kids. You should know that. And I'm not telling you anything that is that provocative. It's just the data, right? Having children are a gift from the Lord. And unfortunately, our culture de-emphasizes it. And again, you get what you aim at, you get what you prioritize. And so, yeah, it's interesting because every hand except a couple, and I'm not even saying which answer is right or wrong. It's just, if that matters more for you, then everything you do on a daily basis should point towards that.
To add on to that, for the women who are getting married after 30, that's okay. I'm trying to bridge the gap here because it is okay. It's not ideal. It's not probably the best statistical odd position for you, but God is good. And
there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's
right.
Just, I find...
No, it's good. This is good.
No, if you just want happy talk, then that's fine.
It's good. God is good. You'll find your human. I found mine. And he's amazing.
So how do you tell young ladies to navigate the pressures of hookup culture on a college campus, where they feel pressured that if they don't get into, let's just say, sexual situations with a male counterpart, then they will not be able to find a boyfriend or a husband.
He's not meant to be with you. Like, he needs to honor your purity. Save it for your husband. That's simple. Save it for your husband.
Talk more about how they should go about doing that, because the pressures are so enormous, from free contraceptives to the podcasts they listen to. How many of you feel as if it's very difficult to maintain your purity on a college campus? Raise your hand. Okay, not actually, it's less than I thought. So it's easy, good. No, I guess it's fine. How many people would you, what percentage of young ladies by the time they graduate college do you think still are virgins? What? Less than 25%? So it's not that easy. Okay, that's interesting. No, I just think, I'm just trying to process it because I don't think the church talks enough about purity.
Right.
I think it's incredibly important, and we should tell young men and young ladies to save themselves for marriage. It's a beautiful thing.
Right. No, I agree. Because a lot of people will say, well, how do I know that I'm compatible with that person unless I test drive the car before I buy it? That's not a real thing. Don't listen to that lie. Because when you make that covenant with the Lord on that altar, don't let that fire burn out from the altar. That love is so special and so powerful. You will have natural chemistry within that marriage. It's not like you're marrying a robot. It's like you married your soulmate. You married the person who God made for you. You're going to be compatible.
Oh, Emily. Okay, I have to jump in and give my thoughts on this, and then I want to hear what you have to say. And I know that there is an age difference between the two of us. First of all, I just love the truth that these two human beings sitting on the stage out there telling their story. And I think by sharing their story, the women in the audience, these young women in the audience, they can have options. They can make decisions for their lives that are really going to have such beautiful effects years down the road. This type of messaging, this type of story was not out there 10 years ago. It wasn't out there 15 years ago. This is just so, it's so beautiful, and it really makes me so proud to see women like this of faith and spirituality who have conviction, and she's not judging anybody. She's saying, hey, go out there, be you, do you. But this is the benefits. These are the things, the gifts that you can have if you wait for someone, if you live in purity, if you have a good life. It's extraordinary, because I definitely grew up in the Sex and the City culture, and that was definitely, kind of rampant in the 90s and the 2000s, and certainly on the college campuses. And to have this message out there, which, let's keep it in context, this is a big conference, but when you talk about the country, a relatively small group that this message is being targeted to, I think it's one that I hope grows and that we hear across the country. Okay, I've talked enough. Emily, your thoughts?
No, I am so happy that you brought up all of those points, Allison. I have to say, I think what you stood out the most, that Sex and the City culture that you referred to, I promise you it's only gotten worse over the generations and over the years. I mean, my generation and my culture, it's the OnlyFans culture. And so I think it's great that Turning Point USA is able to have an event like this for young women that offers an alternative to that narrative that is being pushed on women in the mainstream. And I will say, I give Charlie a lot of credit and a lot of respect for bringing his wife on stage with him. I was way more interested to hear what Erica had to say. I mean, she's a young woman. Absolutely. She had to go through all of this. She had to face all of those challenges head on. And so there's no one better to listen to than someone who was brave enough to actually make that leap of faith. And I think what Erica said that stood out to me the most was so impactful, that you want to wait for the right right person to make that leap of faith with. And she even said that, you know, even if you're after 30 years old, wait for that right person. You're going to be okay. You're going to find that person. You have to stick true to your values and not compromise who you are. And I just so respect that sentiment from Erica. And I think that's incredible advice for young women. I will say, though, Allison, you know, I'm 28 years old, and it's terrifying, that statistic that Charlie brought up, that after 30, the chance of getting married goes down 50%. The chance of having children goes down 50%. And I'm sitting here like, man, a year and a half away, that is like a lot of pressure. So I think it's great, though, that these conversations are happening for young women, though. They need to be aware, you know, of those statistics, aware of, like you said, Allison, the options that they have. And so more power to Turning Point USA for entertaining these conversations.
Absolutely. And I have full faith, Emily, you are going to find your human. You're too special and lovely and beautiful not to. So no doubt, no worries. However, the truth of the situation is that we do need to give women the information that they need in terms of timelines, because there is this whole, there was this for a very long time. It was go out, get a career. And for many people, this was a normal thing to say, go freeze your eggs, go make it in the corporate world. And then when you have your job, then you can find your person, as if that's the way it was supposed to be. And that was really the messaging over the past 10 years, 15 years. And to see this type of messaging start to percolate, it's just extraordinary. I absolutely love it, and I really want it for the young women, many young women who I've seen over the years at so many women's conferences, that all it was about being a girl boss. And now these days, you mentioned the OnlyFans. That is like beyond. That's absolutely ridiculous and so sad, because the pressure on young women to look a certain way and to act a certain way is it's unbelievable. It's real.
It absolutely is real. And I think that actually kind of translates into dating culture today as well. I think both men and women who are young have a really, really hard time with that. And, you know, I think what the conversations that I've been hearing at this conference is that there's a lot of responsibility on young women to not participate in the OnlyFans culture, as you brought up, Allison, the Sex and the City culture, to not let that peer pressure kind of take over you, because at the end of the day, it's not going to be fulfilling. You're getting so far away from your values, from your faith, from God. It's just, as I said, just not fulfilling, Allison. And I am so happy that these conversations are happening here in Dallas this weekend, you know, kind of offering an alternative to that mainstream that we've been referring to. And I will say one person that we heard from last night that I was really impressed with was Alex Clark. She is a podcaster. She's the host of Culture Apothecary. Culture Apothecary really dives in. I had mentioned this a few minutes ago when we were speaking, Allison, that it dives into thinking outside of the norm when it comes to your health. I think this also goes hand in hand with the conversations that we've been having about sexuality for young women, for dating culture, because women's hormones, right? I mean, that definitely plays a role into our emotions and how we respond or behave or react to certain situations. And so on Culture Apothecary, just one thing that they talk about often is birth control, right? Different things that you can do for your health, and you don't necessarily have to follow what everyone else is doing. You have the power as a young woman to make your own decisions. And so I love that podcast so much. I love Alex Clark. I love that she's brave enough to have those kind of conversations about women's health. I believe that we may have some clips from her speech last night, Allison. Maybe we can listen in a bit about what Alex Clark had to say.
1 year ago, I stood on this stage and I told the doubters, the people who had accused me of not knowing what I was talking about when I said that health was going to be the future of the conservative movement, they accused me actually of sabotaging the conservative movement by warning women that hormonal birth control was poison, a fact that I still stand by today. They said I didn't know what I was talking about when I was saying last year on this stage that if conservatives owned the fight against food and big pharma, we would win the 2024 election. They laughed. They called me a crunchy conspiracy theorist. No surprise, to me at least, they were wrong. I was right. Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropped out. He endorsed Donald Trump. They both pledged to make America healthy again. And guess what? Donald Trump won, gaining 11 points with young women 18 to 29 compared to 2020. Well, it turns out when you tell women the truth about what's going on with their food and what's being injected into their children, they don't want a fact check, they want a pitchfork. This isn't your grandma's GOP. No offense, grandmas, we love you. This is Whole Foods meets the West Wing. It's collagen, calluses, and conviction. It's castor oil, Christ, and a well-stocked pantry. It's not just a movement, it's a mood. And let's talk about this movement, MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. What is it? Well, we are pulling women into the fold through truth. Truth about health, femininity, and freedom. Because we see with our own eyes that something is deeply wrong. Autism rates went from 1 in 10,000 in 1980 to an explosion of 1 in 36 today. 40% of American children are obese or overweight. PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, affects 1 in 10 American women. Infertility, it's rising 1% every single year. And SSRI prescriptions, that's your antidepressants, your anti-anxiety medications, they have doubled in the last decade for young women. We are the sickest generation, and our kids are on track to be sicker. But MAHA is fighting back, and we're winning. We're not asking for permission from legacy media, the CDC, or your sociology professor. We're flipping the tables and we're rewriting our own story. Thanks to relentless moms, fearless women like Vani Hari, my friend the Food Babe, who's exposed fake ingredients for years, and then policy firebrands like Callie Means, who is tearing the mask off of Big Pharma, we've been stacking wins that they said were impossible. The FDA finally banned toxic food dyes, but only after we embarrassed them into it. They were fine with your kids eating red dye until conservative moms on Instagram made more noise than the lobbyists. We cracked open the baby formula monopoly, and now the cartel that's been force-feeding infants seed oil, soy, and corn syrup has been put on notice. Your days of poisoning babies for profit are numbered. Any Utah girlies in the house? Ooh, there's some Utah people. Anyone else? Anyone else? So Utah, you guys did something really great. You banned fluoride from public water because no, mass medication without consent is not public health, it's chemical control. California, anyone California? Okay. Yeah, California is phasing out ultra-processed slop from school lunches. Guys, when the wokest state in the country starts sounding like the Weston A. Price Foundation, you know the tide is turning. This isn't a hippie side hustle anymore. MAHA is the new health authority in America. We don't need credentials from Yale to know that your cereal shouldn't have the same ingredients as car paint. And here's the cherry on top. RFK Jr. didn't just endorse Trump, he recently helped decapitate one of the most corrupt institutions in the country. This week, RFK Jr. helped push out 17 members from the CDC's vaccine advisory panel. This CDC vaccine advisory panel, by the way, are the unelected bureaucrats who've packed the childhood schedule, shot after shot, year after year, without any safety data. In some states, your kid needs up to 92 doses just to attend school. But here's what they never told you. Not one of those vaccines was tested against a true placebo in pre-licensing trials. Not one. Fact check that, Wall Street Journal.
Oh, Emily, she is absolutely amazing. And you know what I want to say to the Republican Party? The health issues, MAHA, that is the key to pick the lock if you want those women out there in the suburbs. This is how you're going to get to them. You got to give them the truth. Emily, your thoughts?
Absolutely, Allison. I think that Alex Clark is just so dynamic. You know, she's saying the things that a lot of women in this country are thinking, but aren't brave enough to say themselves. So I think that she is a credible voice, especially for moms with young children that want to keep their kids healthy, that are checking the labels for all of the ingredients, making sure that, you know, unhealthy chemicals that could cause cancer under, health conditions. This is a very new concept in America today. You know, Alex brought up that this is the sickest generation of our kids. So many different things she explores on her podcast just to challenge the mainstream of medicine, of health, to really be redefining that. And I think it's very on brand for society today with RFK Jr., HHS Secretary, and his Make America Healthy Again movement gaining so much traction throughout society today. He's already been implementing so many changes just in the first few months of this Trump administration, Allison. And it's great that Alex has been keeping a close eye on it and bringing that information to American moms every day through her podcast.
Absolutely. Now, we want to move on to the next speaker. This is live on stage, Bethany Hamilton. She's a world champion surfer, a best-selling author, and a powerful voice of faith and resilience. Let's tune in to her inspiring message. Oh, we don't have her yet. But Emily, you know who Bethany is, right? This is the surfer. I don't want to. I think I do. I'm very excited to listen from her. All of the speakers that have been taking the stage have been so dynamic in their own way, and they all offer a unique perspective on womanhood, what it means to be a woman, and I think just the collective of all of these voices and unique experiences is so beneficial to all of the high school, college students, these young women that are here today, and just like a sponge, want to soak it all in, soak up all of the experience and inspiration and advice that these women have that are taking the stage here, Allison. Well, I do believe that we have the amazing Bethany Hamilton now. Once again, she's a world champion surfer, a best-selling author, and a powerful voice of faith. Let's tune in to what she has to say.
Is this what God calls on my life? Is society and culture seeping into these areas that I'm finding myself having challenge after challenge in? And if so, redirecting myself to the God-given path that He will have for me, to trust in Him, to lean on Him, to be reliant on Him. He calls us to be like a little baby. When you bring a baby into this world, you instantly fall in love with that little human that you barely even know, so much that you would die for them. But if you don't show up for that baby, the baby will not make it. The baby is completely reliant on her mama, and it's the most beautiful feeling in the world. And what's so cool, though, is that's how God feels about each and every one of you. He wants to be your father, and He wants to bring you life, joy, hope, peace, regardless of the chaos around you. He wants to set you free from your mistakes or the mistakes of those around you. He wants you to be like that baby, solely reliant on Him. And I believe that when we are reliant on God, that's when goodness flows. And so I challenge each and every one of you, direct yourself, but more importantly, allow God to direct you. As we adapt, who we associate with. So you're here today at this amazing conference. I'm sure you have some great friends, but honing in on your community, your people who can bring the best out of you, who can keep you, making good and beautiful decisions. I just found in my hardest seasons of life, I need people around me, a community that supports me, cheers me on, brings the best out of me and me for them as well. And so as we adapt who we associate with. Next, perseverance. Much of my life has had perseverance attached to it. I'm so glad that when I was faced with the decision to get back in the ocean and surf with sharks and get back on my board, and I didn't know anyone who surfed with one arm, I'm so glad that I was willing to persevere and do something that I hadn't seen anyone else do, and do something that most people believed wasn't possible. But I was willing to put myself out there, challenge myself, do what was really uncomfortable. Like, it didn't feel natural to paddle with one arm and then trying to pop up. And as that time came, like, I was willing to, get out there and try again. And sometimes the ocean would send me back to the beach and it would be a tearful time. But I'm so glad that those times that I did persevere pushed me to be my best version of myself. So when you persevere, like, this is what the outcome can be. So we're going to go into my world a little bit. I've kind of deviated from my normal slides, but let's check out my persevering video, or like action surfing montage. Yeah, this one. First, I wanted to do a couple of surf trips to find food. This was right after I had my first baby, too.
The more opportunity you have to perform and work on your surfing, the better you get.
She buckled down and trained her butt off.
Actions speaking just as loud as our words. And for me in my life, to get to that point, there was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, fears, doubts. I truly had to persevere to get to the goals and dreams and desires that I had. And it took a support system. It took adapting. It took persevering. It took trusting in God and His plan for my life. And as I started my talk out today, I was like, this is not the life that I had in mind for me. But to trust that God's plan for our life is even better. He calls us to look to His Word, to be the author and finisher of our faith, or look to Him and His Word, to be the author and finisher of our faith. And so I challenge you to mentally prepare yourself. You will have to persevere through challenges. And to remember that you can adapt. And when God is on your side, He will carry you through the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and he will take your life and make it that much more beautiful. He will take your life and expound a ripple effect. And so by me being my best version of myself and relying on him to carry me through everything that I face, that's when I am strong, and that's when I am beautiful, and that's when I am able to keep going and to have a better outreach on the world around me. And so finally, as we adopt, we are teachable. So when you hit the wall, when you feel like you're at your like kind of breaking point, to find someone to help you through it, to not go through life alone, but to talk to your mom or dad or authority in your life, an older figure who's been there, done that, been through the hard seasons, who will bring the best out of you. And I found that at a young age. Like, I started to, get coaching in surfing. And I knew that if I listened to my coach, I'm going to get better at surfing. And so I started to take that into every aspect of my life as I grew up. And that's how I was able to, push it in my sport and surfing and the many challenges and the uncomfortable places that I put myself. I really hated motivational speaking when I first started. I would literally get on the stage and give one-word answers in a live Q&A, and it was so nerve-wracking for me. But my heart wasn't in me. It was I knew that by me showing up, it would have an impact on someone else. And so I turned that inward fear into this is an outward gift to others. And so as my little teenage self grew into a young woman and now a mother of 4, it's just been so cool to see how God has transformed that little Bethany into the mama, older and wiser Bethany. And while I still have so much to learn and grow in, I'm just so grateful that I was willing to adopt. And so, when we adopt, we're stronger and we're able to have that ripple effect on the society around us. And so I challenge you, women, to think about directing your life. Think about being grateful each and every day, to know that you're going to have to persevere. Direction is who you associate with. Choose your future wisely so that you can have the God-given life that has for you. And remember that even then, you still might have a Job sort of life. But the thing was, Job was reliant on God. He was willing to trust in God even when he lost everything. And so I hope that you can choose to trust in God and let him carry you like a little baby, because he loves you so much, and that you too can adopt. And so I'm cheering all you ladies on in your life. I hope that you can remember a few things from today and carry on and enjoy the life that God has for you. I'm just going to rant now a little bit on motherhood. My children are truly my joy, but they've challenged me in so many ways that there's been seasons where I'm oh my gosh, I can't wait to go to bed. And then at the same time, I can't wait to wake up to you too, because you're so sweet and beautiful. But I like to call this season of 2 to 4 is the barbaric age, where nothing makes sense and they just act kind of crazy, and you kind of have to be calm, cool, and collected yourself so that they can look to mom and she's not being barbaric alongside of them. But yeah, it's just now my oldest, he's 9 years old, he's surfing. Hun, can you put a couple of pictures, our family photo? Oh yeah, here's Anna Sophia Robb, she played me. She's super woke, but it's fine. I still love her. I just it's kind of disappointing that our views on the world are completely opposite. That was successful season. Here's my family. Yeah. So my husband, Adam, Tobias, Wesley, Micah, and Alea, and maybe we'll have some future babies. We're not sure yet, but yeah, it's just like children are such a joy, and they're truly the thing that like get me motivated to keep going and showing up my best and adapting, and just knowing that like this is your future. Like this could be your future, to have a purpose that's so beyond getting up on this stage today, but like to raise up the next generation of beautiful little humans who will lead forth the next gen. And it's just such a gift. So remember that you girls too, you can adapt and overcome whatever it is that this life may throw your way. And with God on your side, it's going to be that much easier. So thank you. God bless. Lots of love.
Bethany Hamilton. Emily, I knew about her story and the shark, but I had no idea she was such a powerful speaker. And her speech there, talking about adapt and how we're all going to have difficult seasons in our lives and face difficult challenges, but to be able to persevere and to turn to God and to move forward. And then the second part of what she was talking about is choosing very carefully the people that you surround yourself with. We don't always think about that, but their energies, their influence, it's so important. Emily, your thoughts?
Absolutely, Allison. You know, it's a little hard to hear you here. All of the young women that were just there listening are now coming out of the conference room to participate in some of the other things that Turning Point USA has set up for all of them here. I didn't have a chance to listen in too intently to that speech. We had other people coming up and sharing their experiences at the conference with us here. So a lot of women have been sharing with us that they're excited for the rest of the speakers that are on the lineup. The one person that seems to be garnering the most excitement is Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Everyone has been saying that they can't wait to hear what she has to say. I believe she is taking the stage tomorrow at this event. So I hope that all of our viewers are tuning in. We will certainly be giving young women some inspiring messages on our Real America's Voice airwaves, Allison.
Oh, absolutely. I know it's probably crazy there because as I said, I have been to the event before. And so you're probably set up right on that aisle where everybody is walking about. But there's such like great energy with all the young women. And it's such a supportive atmosphere. And that's what I experienced when I was there. I don't know about you.
An extraordinarily supportive atmosphere. You know, I think, Allison, you can probably speak to this as a woman. Sometimes women, there's a lot of competition between us. But when you walk through the doors of this event, you feel like you're with all of your best friends. You feel like you're with people that have the same values as you, aren't going to judge you, are going to support you, and really challenge you to think about the role of a woman in society differently. And I think that's what we've been doing so far with this event here in Dallas, Allison.
Absolutely beautiful. Well, we're going to turn it over to Carolyn Call. She's a certified nutritionist and entrepreneur, and she's the founder of Just Ingredients. Let's go to the stage and listen in.
One day I remember sitting in a rocking chair. Oh, I'm going to cry. Sitting in a rocking chair, and I looked, and my tunnel was black. There was no light, and I thought, I can't do this the rest of my life. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. And so the depression got worse and worse, and one day I thought, I'm done. I can't deal with this. I've lost hope. There's no more hope. And I actually attempted suicide on that day and tried to take my life because I did not want to be here anymore. And thankfully, by the grace of God, miracles happened during that act. Angels appeared from the other side, and that attempt failed. At that moment, I realized that I had hit rock bottom and that I needed some true help. And so I went searching for a doctor. It took 2.5 years to find a doctor that could finally help me. But she taught me that depression was a symptom. It was my body screaming for help, and that depression could be due to a lot of underlying root causes. And I feel like if people knew this today, that there is hope and healing out there, we might not have the huge mental health crisis that we do today. There are a lot of different possible root causes for depression, and we did blood work and urine tests and saliva tests, and we found out a lot of my issues, from simple things like being low on vitamin D to not being able to absorb B vitamins to lacking in magnesium, being low in omega-3s, having high inflammation. I had cortisol issues. I had hormonal issues. I had too much estrogen. I had liver issues. I had food intolerances. Like, the list just goes on and on of things that was happening in my body. And so, of course, my body was screaming for help with depression. And so I went on a nutrition route after working with this doctor for 2.5 years, because I never wanted to fall back into that depression again. She had taught me how to fuel my body properly so that it could do its best in return for me. And I wanted to be able to learn how to always fuel my body properly, but also teach my kids so that my kids would never have to face what I faced. And so I went to Cornell to become a nutritionist. I did a lot of studying and learning of how to always fuel my body. Well, about 7 years ago, I felt like everybody around me was dealing with anxiety, depression, autoimmune issues, migraines, chronic fatigue, chronic joint pain, you name it. It was community members, extended family members, church members. And I kept feeling this prompting from the Spirit saying, help them. And I was like, I don't know how to help them. And I'd hear it again, like, help them. And I thought, well, if I could go in their homes and teach them how to cook nutritiously and how to grocery shop, that could help them. And you can't go do that. So I was like, you know what? I'll just make a little Instagram account and try to give little tips on how to help people. And if I get 2,000 followers, then I've hit my goal. And that's great. And so I did this little Instagram account, and for about 18 months got 2,000 followers. And so at that point I was like, okay, this is really busy doing this with 6 kids. I'm going to tell God that I've followed that prompting that I had, but I'm going to tell him now that I'm done. And so I went in prayer and said, God, I just want to let you know I hit my goal, and I'm really busy with 6 kids, and I think I'm going to stop posting. And I just felt like, no, keep going. Well, about 3 days later, I went back to God and was like, I don't think you heard my prayer. I'm going to be done. I think I can be just better doing other things with all my 6 kids at home. I don't think this is the right path for me. And again, I heard, keep going. So a few days later, the third time, I went back to him and said, okay, you really didn't hear me. Let me make it very clear. I think I can use my time wisely in other things. And at that point, I heard him say, do you trust me? And I was like, yes, I do. So I kept going. And in 1 month's time, I went from 2,000 followers to 100,000 followers. And during that time, though, I came across some stats that were similar to these, but these are now in 2023. And it said 12.8 million adults had serious thoughts of suicide, 3.7 million made a plan, 1.5 million attempted suicide, and suicide remains the second leading cause of death for those ages 10 to 14 and 20 to 34. And I was like, this is not okay. And guess what happened? I felt the Spirit tell me, you need to tell your story of depression. And I was like, nope, not doing that. No way. Not doing it, because when I would ask for help for my depression, I was judged, I was critiqued, people thought I was weak, people thought it was made up, people didn't understand it. Nope, that's too hard, God, I'm not doing that. So I sat with that for a few weeks, and again, I felt really prompted, you need to tell your story. Again? That's too hard. God, like, I've already trusted the first one by posting, but this one is too hard. You don't understand. Do you remember how terrible it was back in those days? The third time, you need to tell your story. And again, the third time, I heard, do you trust me? And again, yes, I trust you. So I told my story. I don't think I've ever been so nervous in my entire life to tell, at this point, like 500,000 people that I had tried to take away my life. I was afraid of what the comments would say and what people would say. But I did it. And I had this thought the whole time, trust in the Lord with all thine heart. We know this from Proverbs. And lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. And I also had this one. I tell my kids this one a lot, and it rang true to me. Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid. Neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. So I had to believe, is this really true? Is he going to help me? He did help me, and by telling my depression story, many people came out saying, oh my goodness, thank you so much. I've been going through this, or my daughter's going through this, or my son, my daughter-in-law, or I've gone through this, or please help me. What do we do? And so I was able to teach how to help heal depression. And I was able to teach people how to deal with infertility and deal with all these health issues that are out there. And because I trusted in him, he has blessed Just Ingredients with so much. We have a podcast that has over 10 million downloads with top experts and scientists and doctors out there trying to help people feel better. We have an Instagram account with over 1 million followers that are actively engaged trying to learn how to feel better. We have over 250 products that are helping nourish people's bodies so that they can have the health and energy and happiness in life to do the things that God has called them here to do. And so I think mental health is really important. I think God has given us a purpose of being here on this earth, but we have to take care of our bodies so that we have that energy and that happiness and that passion and to do the things that he's called us here to do. And mental health is a huge issue these days. And so these are just 5 little things that maybe you can remember if you're dealing with a loss of hope or sadness or unknown or depression or anxiety or fear, any of those things. So first is support your gut. So the gut and the brain are connected. And in fact, this is interesting. 90% of the nerve fibers carry info from our gut to our brain, and only 10% carry the info from our brain to our gut. And so our gut is really important. Also, 90% of our body's serotonin, the feel-good hormone, is created in the gut. A lot of people deal with leaky gut, which can contribute to inflammation. Inflammation is a root cause of depression and anxiety. And so if you want to know if you have maybe leaky gut or issues, basically if your stomach hurts after you eat, or you're bloated, or you have a lot of sugar cravings or feel tired after you eat, these are some of the things that can say, maybe look at your gut a little bit more. Another thing, as we all know, eat nourishing foods, but what I didn't realize at the time when I was dealing with depression is that the nutrients fuel our brain, it fuels how we feel. For instance, omega-3s are needed to create hormones. If you're low in omega-3s, you may be struggling with some hormonal issues. You could be dealing with inflammation. Omega-3s help lower that inflammation. B vitamins are crucial for feeling good mentally. Over 2/3 of people that deal with depression actually suffer with deficiencies in B vitamins. Magnesium is amazing for the nervous system and relaxing that nervous system when we're always stressed and go, go, go. So God gave us foods to nourish and heal our body. Man put the artificial things out there that do not nourish our bodies. And so the artificial ingredients just are not helping us nourish our bodies. But like I said, God put amazing foods on this earth. So think about your gut. We need to feed our gut good things to feed those good bacteria. He did that with fiber. Fiber feeds the good bacteria. Think of all the plants and veggies and fruits and beans and things that he's given us in nature that have that fiber in it to fuel the good bacteria. Fermented foods do that as well. Guess what doesn't? Guess what feeds the bad bacteria? It's the sugars. The sugars that are in so many of our artificial foods. And again, another easy thing to help nourish our body is just to try to keep a good blood glucose level all day long, rather than these constant spikes of up and down, that actually can cause a lot of different hormonal issues. Another thing that I love to talk to girls about is balancing their hormones with beauty products. So women are full of hormones, which are chemical messengers. They're just going to the cells to go tell the cells what to do. We have skin cells, hair cells, heart cells. We've got all sorts of cells. And all of these cells have receptors on them. And the hormones come and connect onto those receptors to tell the cell what to do. But we have these beauty products that have things in them called endocrine disruptors, which you probably know. And these endocrine disruptors are found in the fragrance of that blossom cherry lotion from Bath and Body Works, that can smell like cherries for 5 years. It's because of the preservatives that are in there and the phthalates. And those things act like the endocrine disruptors mimic your own hormones. And so these cells that have receptors, instead of the hormones connecting onto the cells to tell the cells where to go and what to do, these fake hormones connect onto the cells. And so the cells are confused as to where to go. And this is causing so many issues for people with infertility, with mood swings, with terrible PMS, heavy bleeding, all these terrible things or hard things that women have to deal with. And so getting rid of those endocrine disruptors is amazing. And if you think about it, girls, think about how many products you use in a day, because you might be like, oh, it's just a little bit in the lotion. But I don't know about you, but me and my daughter, we're using shampoo, conditioner, body wash, get out of the shower, and it's lotion and deodorant and makeup and perfume and all the things. So it all adds up. The next thing is just managing your stress. Number 4, manage your stress. We all have stress, and that's just because it's life, and life is crazy and busy, but we can manage it. And so some great things to help you just manage it are moving your body. Breathing can actually instantaneously bring down that anxiety or even depression, things like that. Grounding is a great way just to calm the nervous system. Or I also love adaptogens. Adaptogens are herbs that God put on this planet that help our body actually deal with the stress. And number 5 would just be to prioritize sleep and exercise. Exercise to me is the greatest antidepressant out there. Sleep also supports the brain function. During sleep, that's where we detox a lot of things. And sometimes it's the toxins causing issues in our body. But your brain clears out, you store memories, you restore focus and decision-making ability. It also helps regulate your emotions. So quality sleep can really help you feel good mentally, which I know is so hard as a new mom. So the only time you don't get to really prioritize this in my book is when you're a new mom, because we're just surviving. But it also, sleep can really help balance your hormones as well. And so I just really believe that God gave us a miraculous body. And he gave it to us to do the things that we are meant to do here on this earth. But we also were given the responsibility to take care of our body. Our body wants to do its best, but we've got to fuel it properly so it can do its best. And I believe that prioritizing your mental health is one of your greatest strengths as a leader. Because, like I said earlier, we need to feel full of energy and passion and happiness to fulfill what you've been called here to do. When I was dealing with that depression years ago, there's no way I could have done good for my community. It was hard even to do good for my family, let alone the community or church members or anything like that, because I was in survival mode. I was just trying to live. And so do those things, fuel your body properly so you can have that energy, but also have the energy to trust. Because that's what's hard in life right now, is trusting that God will lead you on a path that he wants you to. 18 years ago, dealing with depression, I would never have thought that I was dealing with that to be here today. For many, many years after that depression, I always wondered why he saved my life. I was like, why me? There's so many others that hasn't happened to. But why? And I felt guilty for years and years. And then I realized, you know what? He's given me a second chance of life. I've got to make the most of it every day. And so, like I said 18 years ago, I never think that I'd be here on the stage talking about this, but I know that God knows what he's doing and that he is helping us in our life on a daily basis. And this has been my motto for the last 15 years. Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest. And again, that can be health related, it can be with your business, it can be with your relationships, it can be as being a mom, it can be with whatever struggle you are dealing with. He is going to be there with you and help you make the most of your life. Thank you.
I had no idea
sunscreen was so controversial.
So
and honestly, neither did Primally Pure.
So many interesting things that she had to say about hormones and women and how they react. And first, I have to introduce, look who's back. Who's back?
It is great to be back.
We were chatting too much. I'm sorry during the speech, but I did listen to a lot of it. Michelle Bacchus is here today. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for being
it's so
here.
great to be with you. The blondes are back. We also have Emily live on set as well, over holding down the fort at the event, which is just so exciting. You know, this is such an empowering event, and I think you really saw this in the past election. The MAHA movement has been such a big push. And you look at who joined that, and it is moms that want a safer, better future for their kids, right? And you know, it's funny to think, years ago, and guys, I'm sure you've done the same thing. Do you remember those Bath and Body Works lotions with all of the scents and the chemicals that we're just layering onto our bodies, and how toxic that actually is?
Oh, yeah. And what Carolyn was talking about was a lot of the hormones. And Emily, I want you to jump in on this, because we talk a lot about the pill, okay, and the effects of the pill over the years, and that's something that's been a bit controversial, is coming to light, the effects that it's had on women now trying to get pregnant or in other areas of their lives. Emily, I'd love for you to weigh in on that, if you could hear us.
Yep, yeah, I can. It's pretty hard to hear you guys. I hear that Michelle Bacchus has joined our coverage. That's fantastic. I wish I would have known that you would have been in studio in West Palm Beach. Michelle, I definitely miss being on air with you. Fantastic to have you back with us. Yeah, I think, you know, hormones, birth control, that has been a big focus here for the young women. That is something that has been pushed on young women in society today. You got to be pretty brave to go against the narrative on that. But I think, you know, Carolyn Call and Alex Clark as well bring up a lot of healthy conversations to challenge. I don't think that healthcare and medicine today has really taken women's concerns, especially young women's concerns, in terms of birth control, in terms of pregnancy, fertility. It really is so far behind, archaic in a way. I think that it's great to be having these conversations. And going back to our conversation earlier, Allison, about HHS Secretary RFK Jr. and the Make America Healthy Again movement, I think that is definitely inspired, at least at this event, at Turning Point USA's Young Women's Leadership Summit, to have different conversations and welcome alternative options when it comes to healthcare for women. Michelle and Allison.
I'm just like, thank God we're having some truth here. I appreciate that.
It's about time.
Yeah.
It's about time. I know that we do have another speaker on stage there, Amanda McKinney, but I do want to add, remember when we were younger girls and you would go to the doctor's office to complain about something, doctors were immediately pushing birth control onto you. I mean, I was offered it, I believe at 13.
100%.
Why?
Because they would say if you had any type of irregular period, they immediately put you on birth control. And then you were on birth control.
And Allison, why does a 13-year-old need to be on birth control?
No reason whatsoever. And now we're seeing the effects. But we have another great speaker. Let's tune in to Amanda McKinney. She's a bold voice for conservative values. She is on the stage right now.
At a diaper, it's a lot to explain. I won't go into it right now, but he's definitely holding down the fort. So for a bit of background, you saw some videos. I am a very proud wife to my husband, and I love my children, and I've had a very successful business career, and recently was elected about 5 years ago to serve as county commissioner. So how do you do all of those things? I think it's important to live by a couple of values, and the ones that are important to me are intention, initiative, and discipline. So you can make, as Charlie said, your number one priority to find a husband, okay? But that's Charlie's macro explanation. We're women, we're micro. So I'm going to give you a hint and a little secret. You can prioritize finding a husband and still follow your heart and use your God-given talents and have a career or follow a mission, whatever it is that drives you. So you're not going to find your husband sitting on a corner coffee shop every day waiting for him to walk by. Okay? Also, the person who sees you at the coffee shop on a Tuesday at 11 doesn't have a job. You don't want that person, okay? So you have to follow your dreams, knowing that your dreams are going to take you to the man of your dreams, Okay, so I want to tell you how I met my husband. So I was a successful mortgage broker. I had already owned several pieces of real estate and had my own company. And it was important to me, a value that I was raised in was community service. Okay, so I was involved in the local service club. And at one of these meetings, a new person was introduced. And it was like the movies. We were introduced, we locked eyes, we shook hands, it was lightning, we literally shocked each other, okay? And I went, whoa, who is this, okay? Now, we didn't actually start dating right away, we became friends, which is really important too. But what was important is that I knew when we started dating, it was always going to be serious because we were dating for our future. And we were going to have a life that was built around our shared values, faith and community service. And so what we do is we set out and we live very intentionally. So we're very busy, both of us, with our careers, following our faith, but we live it out by attending Mass. Our children go to Catholic school. Well, my daughter now is at University of Arizona. That's why she's so tan, everyone. But we made sure that we raised our children in our home where faith and service were important. And so some of the things that we would do is actually take them with us when we would do service to the community. So we would build several playgrounds. And, you know, a lot of times there were playgrounds that my children wouldn't necessarily go to play with. They weren't in our neighborhood. But teaching them how great it was to build something with their own two hands, to give up our Saturday, and to go and do this, and then to know that other children were going to be able to use those playgrounds, and it was really an act of service. And they saw our relationship strengthened, to be able to see their parents being able to do something for the community and take pride in it. It's a wonderful lesson. So acts of service are really important. And so when you do them as a couple and you bring your kids along with you, they see you doing it. And I think it's had a lasting impact on them. Another thing that we do to make sure that we're very intentional is making sure that we're prioritizing our time with discipline. So a lot of folks have the rule at the dinner table, who has to put their phone away, certain times of night, dinner, right? It's a little annoying, I get it. And sometimes there are exceptions. But the reason why it's important, and we do this, is because we are so busy, it's really important to David and I that our children know that when we're at the meal table and we're sitting down and sharing a meal, that they are our priority, that we are here to prioritize family time together. And we have a tradition that I'd love to share with you, and I love doing new traditions. So introducing something. So if someone does something that you really love, grab it. You don't have to invent your own. This is something that I came up with many years ago, and it's called the question box. Okay? It's a little black box. Sits on the table. We pull it out at dinner time. And we take turns each night, but you pull a question out, and it's a question. And everyone at the table gets to answer the question. Now, it's a phenomenal way to get to know your family members, because how much do you really know your siblings? Or your parents? Do you really know the dreams and aspirations of your parents? Do you know their phobia? So a lot of the questions are really insightful. You know, what scares you the most and why? Some of them are really funny. If you could design an animal, what would it look like? And what magical powers would it have? Believe me, my son loves answering questions like those. But they really do help you get to know your family better, and I think that helps strengthen our family bond. We know more about each other. Another thing that is critically important is always, we pray at meal times and bedtime. Setting up that bedtime tradition with your children. And we do bedtime prayers and thankfuls. So everyone has to share a thankful before they go to bed at night, because the last thing I want them to think about before they go to bed is what they're thankful for that God gave them that day. It's a great way to end your day. I have to talk about the summer fun bucket, too. So Caitlin, I started this when Caitlin was younger, but because I'm very busy, I want to make sure that there's certain things that they look forward to. I look forward to seeing them every day, and if I go on a trip and come home, I'm so excited to see them when I come back. So I came up with the idea of the summer fun bucket, which is on early morning of the last day of school. They have a bucket full of all the things that you need to have a successful summer as a child, okay? Lots of s'mores, lots of licorice, lots of water balloons. Sometimes it's a Ninja Creamy. But we do lots of fun things to make sure that they have something to look forward to, and I think it's really exciting. And I know that Caitlin has said that she's really looking forward to having the summer fun bucket for her kids when she grows up. Next, I wanted to kind of pivot a little bit to leadership. And leadership is really critical. And again, that's why it's so important for you to follow your dreams, because through your service, acts of service to others, through being in the business community, through learning how to run a business or how to help someone else's business be successful, you are proving to your future spouse that you will make a good partner. They want to have someone who they know they can rely on to be reliable at home with the family, that you know how to make things happen, that you're going to be able to take care of things and manage things, manage a budget, manage all of those things. So when you have leadership, though, it's important that you have initiative. So each of you took initiative to be here today, right? You thought about it, and it was something you wanted to do, and you decided, you know what, when other people aren't going to do it, I'm going to make a decision, and I'm going to make a sacrifice. I'm going to spend my money and my time, and I'm going to come here because it's important to me to come and listen to what they're going to say. I'm going to learn from this. So you took initiative. So when I decided to become commissioner, I will say that it was something where I was just going to be a county commissioner because I saw a need in the community to have more business acumen at the county level. I don't even know if any of you know who your county commissioner is, or they call them supervisors, county judges, but they're really important. And I will tell you, the number one thing that people care about is roads, roads, roads. They're too dusty, they have potholes, all the things, right? There's a lot more that goes into it, but I would encourage you to look in to see who your local electeds are, because they actually need to hear from you. So taking initiative is important, but what I want to leave you with on leadership is that it's not enough just to have an initiative. You actually have to have planning, right? So my dad's a federally licensed firearms dealer, and so I'm going to use a gun analogy here, and it's ready, aim, fire, okay? Very important. You're not going to hit it if you're not prepared and you're not aiming, okay? So I'm going to tell a little story that happened in our town, and it has to do with COVID. Okay, so that was a horrible experience for all of us. But I was actually in a leadership role in our community during COVID, and a lot of people were looking at me for leadership. How are we going to get out of this situation? And in Washington State, I will simply say, we were in lockdown, okay? We were put in regions, and we were given certain metrics that we had to meet in order to have our own freedom back. So to describe this to you, we were not allowed to have anyone over to our own home if they didn't live in our home. Can you imagine not having your kids see your grandparents, not even being able to have them come over for fear that you were going to get turned in? Our children, we had to make sure that we attested to their health and well-being every day when they finally went back to school. They had to have temperature checks at drop-off. They had to wear masks at all time. Now, I will tell you, Duke was 6 at the time, and he came home one day and he said, "Mama, if this mask is going to keep me from getting COVID, why do I get to take it off twice a day?" Sitting in class, smart kid. But what I will say is that it was the Hunger Games. It was absolutely the Hunger Games. And we wanted to get out of lockdowns really bad. And it was all about our hospital metrics. So I will tell you that I did not have faith that the people who were in charge were going to keep accurate information. So I wanted to be prepared. I wanted to be ready. So I made sure to independently verify and gather all of the data that was going to be used for us to be able to get our freedom back. And the day came when our governor was going to make an announcement, and he was going to say who got to have their freedom back. And I was very confident because I knew what the data was. We were going to make it because I was prepared, I was ready. And he goes on live television, and he has a press conference, and he says, everybody in Washington State is moving out of their homes back to restaurants except our region. We didn't make it. And they flashed the numbers up on the screen, and they were wrong. And not just a little wrong, really wrong. Like anyone who was paying attention could tell they were wrong, which I was paying attention. So I was ready. Now I had to aim. So it was immediately going out to all the different hospitals, using my peer commissioners that I built relationships with, and being able to get that information to the state health department and the governor and say, listen, I'm sure that you didn't mean to, but this was a mistake, and here's all the data to prove it, and we deserve to move out of our homes. And our governor said, you know, our state health department is so busy addressing COVID that this is correct, the data you provided, but we don't have time to fix it. It would be too difficult for the state health department to update the website. And so you can just sit and wait 2 more weeks to see whether or not you meet the next time. 2 weeks. You know how many people are depending upon this decision? 1 million people. 1 million people not able to leave their homes or have their parents or family over to their own home. That wasn't good enough. So I aimed, and then I fired. So I went straight to every person in the political party that he is in and gave them the data and said, if this was your community, would you want to get out? Wouldn't you want that? Would you fight for this for your own community? And I went to the media. And what ended up happening is that there was so much pressure publicly to simply correct the data. On Valentine's Day weekend, there was a tweet, and 1 million people in central Washington state got the good news that they were able to go out to a restaurant again, take their husband out, right? That's the ready, aim, fire. Now, if I hadn't have been prepared, I hadn't taken the initiative to be prepared, I would never have been able to so quickly move, and we would have been stuck for 2 more weeks, which was not going to happen. We needed to be able to get out. We deserved it. So tying that into why is a county commissioner up here, I would say that your issues, your local issues, there are national issues. You hear our president talk about it all the time. Immigration, that is huge right now. And you know what? I bet you it's huge in your community too. Most of you know it. And we are here to make sure, as local representatives, that you have a voice. So if you're curious about how your local government works, I think it's really important for you to ask and go ask questions, because people in my position need to hear from you. Do you know who we hear from? We hear from retired folks a lot. We hear from business owners a lot. Someone who's impacted some way. Do you know who we don't hear from? You. We don't hear from you. We exist, you exist. Find out who your local representative is and make sure that they hear your voice, because your voice does matter. And that's why I think it's so important for this summit, because it isn't just about finding your voice and finding a husband. You really are going to change our future in America, and that is on you. And it's about using your voice. And God gave you that voice to do so. So because I know there's a lot of scripture that's being quoted, but I am actually, I'm a Deborah, by the way, and Winston Churchill is my favorite go-to. So I'm going to read you my favorite Winston Churchill. We shall not fail or falter. We shall not weaken or tire. Give us the tools and we'll finish the job. Right? You have the tools. And yes, Charlie, they are going to find husbands, but they are also going to light a fire, charge their own path, and you will be able to do those things. And it is in doing those things that light your fire that you will find your perfect match. And I know that you can. I want to, again, thank my daughter for being here with me today. We experienced COVID too. We as electeds had children in these situations. It was heartbreaking. Moms, raise your hands. It was absolutely bananas, wasn't it? First of all, I knew how to work from home, and I had done it before, but not with someone running around in his underpants, which was Duke, not my husband. And having everyone on top of you, right? The chaos of it all, and trying to live in that situation. But I love the enormous amount of grace in your generation that I have seen, because even though there are certain things that you experience you might be a little angry about, You've handled it with so much grace. You really have. So much so that you have hope and optimism, and you're here to learn how you can be a fire in your own community and beyond. I want to also thank then Turning Point for creating an atmosphere where each of you can come here and learn. So for any of you, I'm going to be here the rest of the day. If there are things that you want to ask someone who has done it all, I would be more than happy to answer those questions for you. And I also know that whomever is your local elected back at home would love for you to ask them that same thing. How do you manage being married, having children, dogs with cones on their heads, and showing up to public press conferences and being able to juggle all of it? Because they would love to share all their best practices with you. But remember, it's initiative. You have to have intention, and you have to be very disciplined with your time and set boundaries. And make sure that if you're going to fire, it's ready, aim, fire. Thank you, everybody.
Terrific remarks from Amanda McKinney. Those were really more practical remarks about how to really go about your life as young women.
Yeah, and if you think about it, women are juggling a lot of different things. I hear this a lot from newer moms as well. How do you raise a family? And if you want a career, how do you pursue that? How do you balance it all? And then as well, keep time for yourselves. I feel like so often, Emily, especially mothers, don't take the time for themselves because they're so focused on everyone else. I'll say it all the time. Moms have the hardest job in the world.
I am so sorry, you guys. I'm having such a hard time hearing you there in the studio. But Amanda McKinney had a lot of inspiring messages when it comes to young women asking questions, right? You know, she was talking about those COVID lockdowns, how her county was one of the only ones locked down for as long as it was. And so not just young women, all people, all young people should be asking questions and not just taking things at face value. And I think that is really, really good advice for all of the high school students, college students, young women that are here at this event. Definitely continue to ask those questions. You know, Allison, you brought up earlier the birth control debate, and so much information has been coming out lately about how that is unhealthy for young women. You know, I was really, really lucky that I had parents that definitely inspired me to ask those questions. I have never been on birth control in my entire life, and I'm so happy that in my individual world that I was empowered to be able to make that decision for myself. But here at this event, not everyone has a family who is able to be that supportive of you. So the family becomes this community. It becomes the people that are having the conversations about conservative values, having conversations about your health, having conversations about asking questions and challenging society and challenging the mainstream. Really helpful and really inspiring to see here in Dallas, Allison and Michelle.
Absolutely inspiring that next generation of critical thinkers, hopefully.
And what a beautiful country that we are able to question things and challenge things. As I see all the protesters outside right now on No King's Day, for instance. Just remember, we are living in the best country in the world.
We're having a little respite here on the couch and in Texas. Well, our next speaker on stage is Hope Harvard. She's the founder of Hope Beauty, a former White House staffer, and a passionate voice for faith, femininity, and freedom. Let's tune into her message.
He cares about your goals, and he is a promise keeper, and he gives us dreams and desires in our hearts so that he can fulfill them. And this is just proof of his goodness and his love to me. So got that out of the way. So y'all saw I have a makeup line. It's called Hope Beauty, and all of the products are inspired by women of the Bible. Now, I did not plan in my life to go into the beauty industry at all. I was planning actually to be the White House press secretary for my entire life. And I actually worked at the White House for 2 years. And then when the president lost the White House, I also lost my job because that's how that works. So if a president loses the election, everybody in the White House gets kicked out. So I started my career in the West Wing of the White House. I worked in the Office of Communications and then the Office of Legislative Affairs. But then I moved home to South Carolina, and I was distraught. I cried all the time. I moved in with my parents, and there was one night where I cried really hard. Y'all know those nights where you're just like, you just can't stop, and you're just praying and praying and praying. And I finally stopped, and I said, God, I know you have a purpose for me, and I pray that you show me what it is. And if I can ask, I hope that it's something that I can change culture and impact the kingdom. And the next morning, I woke up and sat up straight in the bed, whoopsie, and said, I'm going to start a makeup line inspired by women of the Bible. And that's another answered prayer. You know, if you ever want God to answer a prayer really quickly, you just say, God, can you show me how I can serve you? And also, God, if he's not the one, will you please remove him from my life? Those two prayers, God is like, I'm on it. You got it. I will always answer those prayers for you. I called a friend, and she connected me with a manufacturer, and I just went to town on this new dream that God had put on my heart. And I had seen already through, just going to shop at Sephora or Ulta or a department store that the makeup was lacking the truth of what really is beautiful. The names are things like, and I hope I don't get bleeped out for saying this, but orgasm, better than sex. There was a lipstick called something like Celebutard, which is a mix of retard and celebrity. Like, we don't say that word. We would never write those words on a t-shirt and wear it, right? We write Bible verses on a t-shirt and wear that because that's encouraging and it's beautiful and kind. And I saw that there was just a lack of truth in the beauty industry, and that this is what young girls, this is what women were going in being told is what is most beautiful about them, and that just simply isn't true. And I started thinking, like, who is beautiful? What does God say is beauty? And he found the women of the Bible extremely beautiful. He talked about it all the time. He called Sarah Tob in Hebrew, which means like exceedingly beautiful, smoking hot, woman of God. That's what he called Sarah. We all know that Esther went through beauty treatments for 18 months before she went to go meet the king. And then Naomi told Ruth before she went to go meet Boaz to wash, dress, and put on your perfume. And so she knew that they all knew that when they were going out to meet people that, yes, they were going to be physically beautiful and physically captivating. And that was important. That's why Ruth told Naomi, go get dressed, girl, you're going to meet your husband. And then that's why Esther also did 18 months of beauty treatment. So if you ever want to be like prepared for the next stage of life, like maybe we should all just go to a spa for 18 months and there God will prepare us for our next phase of life and we'll all be royalty. So anywho, God finds beauty important. And I think that there was a disconnect at some point in the world between what the world said was beautiful, which was over-sexualized and vain. It was shallow. It didn't include everything about a woman that was beautiful. It was just her appearance is what is beauty to the world. So then the church completely overcorrected, and instead of telling women that, yes, God did make them in his image, which I'm going to talk about in a second, and they are beautiful inside too, they just said, nope, your appearance doesn't actually matter. Oh God, y'all, my hair is looking crazy in this headband. Let me fix that really fast. Instead of saying to women and girls that their appearance does matter to God, because, if our appearance didn't matter to God, why would he make us with a physical body, right? He made us in his image. So the church really did women a grave injustice by telling girls and women that their appearance doesn't matter, because it does matter. It matters to God. God said in Song of Solomon that you are altogether lovely and without flaw. He knows that you are beautiful, and he made you in his image. And so when the church did this, it kind of left a hole in a lot of our hearts. Like, does it matter what we look like? Can we get up and get dressed? Peter said that we're not supposed to let our beauty come from outward adornments, but he didn't ban that. He didn't say you can't wear gold jewelry and you can't fix your hair or wear a dress that you actually like. No, he said that's not where your beauty comes from. So where does it come from? It comes from God. Because God is beauty. He is beauty itself. He created beauty. And we would never look at the world around us today, go outside and look at a flower or look at the sky or look at a friend and say, oh, her beauty doesn't matter. Like, God didn't actually care about that. Like, how vain to think that, the world is beautiful. Yes, we have a longing for heaven, but we also have a longing and to appreciate beauty and to be appreciated for our beauty. And that comes from God, because God appreciates beauty, and he wants to be appreciated for his beauty. That's why the Psalms are so full of people just praising God for his creation and for his works. And so I wanted girls to know every day as they get ready that they are, yes, created in the image of God, and that they can put on makeup as an extra accessory, no different than nail polish, which is totally unnecessary, just fun, or a fancy dress or blue shoes with a bow on it because it makes us feel beautiful and girly. And God delights in that. Have y'all seen that thing on Instagram lately where girls are saying that God is such a girl dad? God gets our hearts. Speaking of God as a girl dad, it was always so hard for me as a girl to relate to the idea that I was made in the image of God. Did y'all struggle with that too ever? Like when you think about God as your father and then Jesus as a man, you're like, well, like, I don't really look like my father, and I'm kind of insulted when people tell me that I do, because I don't want to look like a man. I want to look like a beautiful woman. I want to be Tobe like Sarah, y'all. So I had such a hard time relating to that, because I mean, guys think like farts are funny and, you know, and they're gross and they smell bad. Like they could shower and then 2 hours later they smell bad. And I want to smell like, you know, Esther's perfume that she put on for 18 months straight. And so I just had a hard time thinking like, I mean, yeah, God made me in his image. Like that's what the Bible says. So I guess that's what I'm going to believe. But really it goes so much deeper than that, because when we stop to really think about all of the tenderness of the Lord and his appreciation for beauty and his longing for romance, that the Bible says that he's a jealous God, that he wants to be pursued, just like we as women, we want to be pursued. We want someone to find us. The Bible refers to God as our husband, as a lover of our souls, and all of those things that make us feminine, they all still came from the Lord. Our desire to be found beautiful and to appreciate beauty, our desire to be loved and to be found worthy of love, all of this comes from him. And instead of feeling guilty about it, we can start appreciating it as how we're made in God's image. And I think that that's something that when we start to accept, we start to actually grow more into the image of God. The Bible says that we reflect the image of God, which when I get to in a second, our lip glosses at Hope Beauty are called Lip Reflex because of the Bible verse that says we reflect the image of God as if looking into a mirror. And it's true about us. We do reflect the image of God. And this is something that's so special because it tells us that our beauty never came from us. It's not a feeling, like when we say, oh, I feel so beautiful today, because feelings are fickle. They're there 1 minute and then they're gone the next. It's not a makeup product. Are we the first person in the world, even as the founder and CEO of a makeup line, to tell you that you don't need makeup, that makeup will never actually make you beautiful because it simply doesn't have the power to make you what and who you already are. This was just placed inside of you by God because you reflect his image to the rest of the world. And so I think that it's time as women that we start accepting these things that are from God about us as good and wonderful and true, and we accept it and have confidence in it. Because when we do, then we can go to the grocery store and you don't have like on any makeup, and you are much less likely, I'm sure, you know, you probably have your legs
Okay, I think we had a little disturbance there, but I think we definitely got the message. And Esther, I'm identifying with Esther and her 18-month pilgrimage to get beautiful.
Listen, what do they say? Pain is beauty. Beauty takes a long time. But I had no idea about any of that. But it's a really interesting perspective that really shines some light on a different way of thinking about things.
No, I thought it was fascinating. Emily, I've been in the studio with you early in the morning. The two of us are here early doing our hair. It takes a long time. You don't understand, guys.
Men have it so easy.
Emily, your thoughts?
They really do have it easy. You know, Allison, I'm having flashbacks to a lot of mornings running over to you being like, do you have dry shampoo? Do you have extra concealer? You know, you got to support each other. Women got to, girls helping girls, women helping women, got to be there for each other on the things that the men will never understand. But let me just say, I have been the biggest fan of Hope Harvard for years at this point. I think she is absolutely inspiring. She truly is a godly woman, and she lives the Bible's values every day through her business. I mean, think about this for a second. She's a businesswoman. She owns a makeup company, and she was sitting there saying that makeup will never make you beautiful. It comes from within. She's not trying to sell something to someone just to make money. She's trying to sell a message and to sell values, and I have tremendous, tremendous respect for Hope. I will say the one quote that I took away from her speech right there, she said that God is a great girl dad. I mean, how cool is that perspective coming from Hope? I like I said, I am such a big fan of her, and I'm so happy that Turning Point was able to bring her up on stage today.
That is the first time I've ever heard of Hope. She's a riot. She is really funny, and what a great company. Because when you think about recently, the big companies with like Kylie Jenner and Justin Bieber, Hailey Bieber.
Yes.
Okay, so Hailey Bieber. So now here you have two other women who have these big cosmetic companies, and they actually had a lot of plastic surgery, and then they launched cosmetic companies, and they're selling these cosmetics to all of us thinking that we're going to look perfect like them because we buy their cosmetics, and that is really backwards.
Let me take you down a trip through memory lane to your point there. Kylie Jenner, a billionaire off of her cosmetics company, and if you remember back in the day, the biggest piece of gossip was her lips. She had these large, voluptuous lips, and she used to say, well, I would just overline them. She used her lips. For the record, she was getting filler, which again, if you get filler, that's totally okay. But do not lie to people, especially young girls who are trying to achieve an unattainable standard of beauty. So essentially what Kylie Jenner did is she used her filled lips, telling people that they were natural, to launch a lip kit. And ultimately, these lip kits would sell out in minutes. You would have to be on a queue online to get one of these things, because the dream and the vision was selling these young girls this kit in hopes that they'll look like Kylie Jenner, only for it to come out that she actually had plastic surgery, and those weren't natural. And it's such a toxic spiral, especially for the young girls of our generation. I fear, Emily and Allison, that it's only getting worse as social media continues to be such a prominent factor for little kids.
And I have to jump in with this. I mean, I don't want to be tacky, but have you seen lately on Instagram and TikTok where a lot of young women are going on, and this was Kylie Jenner, they're going on and they're talking about their breast implants.
Their plastic surgery,
Their plastic surgery. They're going on, they're telling how big, what the CCs are, how to go out and get this operation.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate to that one. I can actually respect someone, especially a celebrity, if they're going to be honest and come out and say that they've had work done. Because I see it in my younger cousin. She's 21 years old. She's glued to her phone on social media. She's always trying to keep up with the beauty standards. And I will say there are so many celebrities, and we'll stick on the Kardashians. How did this happen? For instance,
thank you, Hope Harvard. You've launched
For instance, Khloe Kardashian and many Hollywood celebrities, for that instance, were taking Ozempic, which is a fat loss drug, and they were going in public and telling people that through diet and exercise, they lost all these weight. So now all of these young women are looking at these celebrities and wondering why they cannot achieve the same results. And it's frustrating. It puts them in a dark hole. It's an unrealistic beauty standard. And again, I think it works with obviously corporations that are selling to women, right? We're the number one consumers. But to play devil's advocate, back to your point, I can respect it a little bit more if a celebrity is going to come out and say the work that they've had done rather than try to lie about it.
I totally get you, but I'm going to push back because I think that it normalizes the procedure for young people out there. Emily, jump in.
Where do you stand?
Yeah, you know what? What I'm gathering from you guys is that Kylie Jenner is out and Hope Harvard is in. Like I said, you know, the beauty standard for women, there is so much pressure, especially, I'm sure, Michelle, listening to you speak, especially for young women today in terms of filler and, you know, breast implants and all of the different, like, plastic surgery, makeup, different things that you can do. I'm going to give my parents another shout out here for empowering me to be able to make the decision that I've never had fillers. I've never had any plastic surgery or anything like that. So shout out to Tom and Eileen in Michigan for raising me right in terms of that. But you know, like I said, Kylie Jenner is out. The Kardashians are out. Yes, I am very, very thankful for my parents after listening to all of these conversations. Yes, happy Father's Day to Tom Finn. He deserves a lot of credit. You know, God is a great girl dad, and so is Tom Finn in Michigan. Love you, Dad.
Well, Emily, we're gonna go back to Hope Harvard. She's finishing up right now. Let's get a last few words from a real woman.
Say hello. So thank you guys so much.
All right, well, we got the last few words and we missed it because we went on a rampage about the Jenners and the Kardashians, which, to be fair, was warranted. It's warranted.
It's warranted, but it was a great conversation about beauty. And Hope Harvard, I'm definitely checking out your line next time I'm at Sephora or Ulta or something like that. Okay, we got to go back to the stage because we have a very important speaker, Monica Page. So let's hit it.
Common sense rules that I've followed throughout my life and career, and I hope they help you. So let's start. Number one, believe in yourself and lean on your faith. No one knows you better than you know you, with the exception of God. There are always going to be people who make you feel like you're inadequate. Ignore them. Take risks and challenge yourself to do hard things. You will find that the biggest obstacle to progress is just getting started. And that's not to say it will be easy, but that's where your faith comes in. And my lowest points throughout my life and career, my faith in God has always grounded me and comforted me. Isaiah 41:10 is a verse I come back to. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Number two, work your butt off. There is no substitute for hard work. Hard work is the ultimate key to success, no matter what you want to do in life. In every job I've held, from working at my family's ice cream shop as a teenager to now serving as the White House press secretary, I've never shied away from doing the hard work. There is no task or responsibility I've ever thought I was above doing in any role. So don't be unwilling to roll up your sleeves and grind it out. I am telling you, most people are not willing to do it, and it's what will separate you from the pack. Working hard with a positive attitude, it will truly set you apart. And that brings me to number three. Be kind to everyone you work with. In politics, especially in Washington, kindness is a rarity. So don't ever let someone tell you being kind is a weakness. In fact, being kind to everyone, from the intern all the way up to the President of the United States, will leave a positive mark and will make people remember you, and they'll want to work with you again. And trust me, you never know where others are going to end up. The intern today could be the boss tomorrow. So always treat every person you work with dignity and respect. I can't wait to see how much of an impact all of you have on our country in the years ahead. I wish I was there having fun with you, but stay in the fight. President Trump and our country are counting on you. Now it's my privilege to turn it over to a great patriot, Turning Point USA's White House correspondent, who I get to see every day, Monica Page.
The Trump administration continues the fight to protect women and girls, filing a massive lawsuit against Maine's education department for not complying with the federal law, banning males from participating in female sports. We have to get back to common sense values because they're not just conservative values, it's just common sense. Yeah. Girls can't be boys can't be girls, men can't get pregnant. Artificial intelligence is only going to get more and more complex. It's important that we clamp down on these issues now rather than later.
Okay, let's
Let's hear it for Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the youngest female press secretary in history. How incredible. And speaking of incredible, it is such an incredible honor to be speaking with such a beautiful group of vibrant, smart, values-driven women just like yourselves. It is such an honor to be here, and I'm so thrilled to be standing before you guys this year. You guys are the heartbeat of a movement that celebrates faith, family, country, and well-being, and I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity. I'm Monica Page. I'm your White House correspondent for Frontlines with Turning Point USA, and this is honestly a role that I never expected that I would ever have. It's one that has definitely shown me the power that we hold to shape the future. I stand here to prove that with courage, determination, a commitment to truth, and a strong faith in God, you can break barriers and you can literally do anything that you want in this world, and you can make your dreams come true in unimaginable ways. Now, my journey on this path, many people ask me, how did you get here? It was never easy, and it was one that was fraught with a number of obstacles. I've had ex-boyfriends tell me that I would never amount to anything. I've had doors slammed in my face despite trying to pry them open myself. And once getting through those doors, I've had former colleagues mock the way I do my job. That I'm not doing my job well enough, or there was something that I was doing wrong that they didn't approve of. But you cannot let anybody extinguish the fire that God placed in your heart. So with that being said, I first started to think about what I wanted to do with my life, like many of you. And just like many of you, I was a young woman with very big dreams. My mother used to tell me, if you want something badly enough, you will get it, and you can get it. But I also faced a number of doubts. I didn't necessarily wonder or worry if my voice mattered in a world that oftentimes seems very chaotic and loud, because I too am chaotic and loud, but I've always been confident and strong in my beliefs. I questioned whether I could stand tall in the face of criticism and continue to push forward despite being told no. And I was tested especially during my time in college. I went to a four-year school. I went to Marist College in New York State. It's now Marist University. I majored in broadcast journalism. Any journalism majors out there, raise your hands. Because it's, okay, a number of you, nice. It's not an easy industry, I'll tell you that. But I knew that I wanted to be a news anchor since I was very little. But I didn't know what kind of TV reporter I wanted to be. Did I want to do local news? Did I want to do entertainment news? Did I want to do politics? Never politics. I never thought I wanted to do politics. That was a beast in and of itself. But entertainment sounded like a lot of fun because it never really seemed like work to keep up with the Kardashians. But just like many things, I kept an open mind. Now, everyone used to say, college is the best 4 years of your life. You're going to enjoy every year of your life. They're the best 4 years. I didn't have the traditional college experience. They were not the best 4 years of my life. And they were challenging beyond academics. I struggled to make friends, and the ever-expanding world of social media at that time allowed for more anonymity, which in turn led me down a very dark path of being cyberbullied. People spread lies about me, unimaginable things were said about me, creating fake narratives, manipulating my peers' views of me and who I am. I lost friends. I was blacklisted on nearly every single sorority roster during bidding season. And I really kind of lost sight of who I was. And I truly, at the end of the day, I felt like giving up multiple times. But underneath it all, I realized there was a lesson that needed to be learned. There was a lesson under all this. There was a reason I was going through all of this. And that was because God needed me to be resilient. Little did I know how much I needed this quality of resilience to level up. I needed to learn something from these experiences. And whether that was going to be leveling up in my life, my career, whatever it was, I knew there needed to be a lesson to be learned, and that was resilience. So let's fast forward 5 years after graduation. It's 2023, and after holding a number of exciting jobs and weaving my way through the very intimidating world of media, I found myself at the White House under former President Joe Biden. And now that I'm here, I'm noticing that it's drawing some very serious parallels, except this time, the lies and the fake narratives, they aren't about me. They're about the world we live in. But this time around, I knew how to handle it. I had thicker skin after everything that I had been through previously, a stronger relationship and trust in God, thankfully, that if I could handle the blows dealt towards me, I could certainly handle it in bringing the American people the truth. So I'm here at the White House, and it's not just any White House. I was dealing with a White House that didn't value the truth. I was dealing with a Joe Biden White House. It was that White House that claimed Joe Biden visited the southern border to tackle the immigration crisis, but it was a staged photo op to take pictures and shake hands, claiming the border was secure despite the record numbers of illegal aliens crossing through our southern border and into our country. It was that White House that claimed the economy was the strongest it had ever been, while families were struggling with inflation. Multiple reports citing families had to live paycheck to paycheck just to afford the everyday necessities. Multiple times, the White House had said, prices are coming down, the price of eggs are coming down. Everyday people are at the grocery store and the White House is telling them not to believe their own eyes at what they'd see. And it was that White House that claimed, jobs were up, but they were artificially pumping the labor force with government workers and not workers in the private sector. And of course, as you all may know, it was that White House that insisted we had a president that was mentally fit for the job. He didn't need to take a cognitive test because he was just that cognitively and mentally fit to do the job. Now, I was never called on in the briefing room during the Biden administration. I wasn't allowed to question the narrative that was force-fed to us on a daily basis. And it's not like I didn't try. I wrote emails to the White House. I tried to get meetings with former Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, but I was constantly shut down. So now let's fast forward to the presidential race. And when the reports were circulating that Joe Biden was going to drop out of the race after his disastrous debate performance against President Trump, which, by the way, the White House blamed on a very bad cold and jet lag, by the way, I sent yet another email. Now, I was fully expecting this email to be discarded along with the others, but still I persisted. I wrote an email. I inquired whether or not the reports were true. Was it true? Was Joe Biden going to drop out of the presidential race? And then I get a response, actually a response a few moments later. 3 words from a former staffer. He says, quote, "It's fan fiction." A resounding no. Joe Biden was not going to drop out of the race. What happens 2 days later? Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. So what I experienced on a personal level here is happening on a national scale every single day. The mainstream media, with its vast reach and influence, is spreading lies and creating these fake narratives that manipulate how the American people see the world around them. Just as those bullies twisted my story to control how others saw me, too many media outlets twist facts to shape public perception. Whether it's about politics or culture or the state of our nation, they frame events to fit agendas, to amplify division and erode our trust in one another and also in the truth itself, and that is very dangerous. So think about it. How often have you seen maybe a news story that felt one-sided or exaggerated or just plain wrong? And how many times have you felt maybe confused or angry and even divided because of what you've read or what you watched? Okay, that's not by accident. That is by design. And just like these narratives that are meant to polarize us, to make us doubt our shared reality, they also make us feel powerless as people. So just like in my college days, these people with the loudest voices, whether it's, the mean girls, the popular mean girls, or it's a media outlet with millions of viewers, these too can wield influence to control our story and control the story that we're living every single day. And that's not fair to us. We don't have to accept these narratives that hand it to us. We can question them and challenge them, and we can seek the truth ourselves. We can turn the pain of division and mistrust into the power of both unity and clarity. And it starts by refusing to be passive consumers of information. So my fight to reclaim my truth in college, it wasn't easy by any means, but it made me that much stronger. It taught me that no lie, no matter how loud, can stand against someone who refuses to be silenced. Because believe it or not, the truth always comes out and it always wins. And we see this now, thankfully, we see this now with a brand new, fresh administration at the White House, the Trump White House. It's a White House that delivers on its campaign promises. It's a White House that addresses the real issues and actively works to fix them. It's a White House that isn't afraid of a challenge and fights back against the lies of the mainstream media. Which brings me to the rise of new media, which is now at the White House, and it's been incredible since its start. It's a space where authenticity, creativity, and grit can cut through the noise and now connect with millions in different ways that we've never thought could even be possible. And the best part is that our voices are heard now. It's not just the president's house, it's the people's house. And it's not just me being called on in the briefing room now, we are being called on in the briefing room as a whole. And it's because I am there on behalf of you, the American people, who deserve answers and deserve the truth. Now, there are days, of course, where the pressure feels immense and the criticism stings, and sometimes I wonder, whether I'm doing enough or if I'm doing a good job, but then I remember why I'm here. And I'm here because I believe in the power of our voices and in the spirit and strength of our values and the unstoppable spirit and strength of women like you. Because you are the next generation of leaders, and the world needs you now, and I'm emphasizing this, the world needs you now more than ever. You do not realize how much we need young voices and young women just like yourselves here in this space. And the best part about this, though, is that you don't have to be at the White House or in the White House to make a difference. Whether you're creating content on social media or speaking out in your community, whether that's your community of family, friends, school, whatever that looks like for you, you have the power to inspire change. But only if you are ready, because you gotta be ready. Because just like sunlight, the truth can be the best disinfectant. So I'm gonna leave this speech off with this. Do not be afraid to step into your power. Do not shy away from speaking the truth, even when it's hard and even when it hurts. You need to amplify your voice, whether it's a post or a video, whatever it looks like, and be the woman who stands firm in her values and leads with grace and strength, and be the woman who inspires others to do the same. Thank you. I believe that's right. I think we're going to open it up to some questions in case any of you guys have any questions regarding what the White House is like on a day-to-day basis and finally being called on behalf of Turning Point and Frontlines. So I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Wait, I shouldn't touch that. Oh, okay. Hi. Over here, like to your right.
Yes. Oh, hi. Oh, my gosh.
So as someone who's really interested in journalism, and I've been to a few journalism camps where I find that my opinions are very much different from everybody else's. So when there's such a polarized environment, how can you kind of talk to other people who, for example, are on the far left and still have them support your media?
That is an incredible question, and that is something that I deal with on a daily basis, actually. And what it comes down to is having those conversations that are hard and making sure that you listen, because a lot about communication is not only about speaking, but it's also about listening. So when you hear the other side and you come through with facts, because it's so important to be fact-based, and fact-based is kind of such a difficult concept to understand considering the different kinds of media that we have nowadays that are so right-leaning or so left-leaning, but it's so important to look at the facts and look at the numbers in real time, the raw numbers, to emphasize what the point that you're trying to make. And I think that's a fabulous question, but make sure that you are listening to the other side and seeing how the other side is framing their story so you can say, okay, while that could be true, here's what's also happening that may not be getting enough attention. Great question.
Thank you. And then I just have one more quick question. So at my school newspaper, even though I'm the editor, we have to ask our teacher before we're allowed to publish things. And I actually wasn't allowed to publish a story about this year's presidential election because it was favoring our current president. What would your advice for something like that, if that were to happen again, be?
I would push it anyway on your own platform. Do not let anybody stop you.
I went straight to the headmaster and I explained the situation, but they still wouldn't let me publish it with the newspaper. So
what I would say to that is publish it to your own account, but also push it to other news outlets and say, hey, I have this great story that I wrote. Why don't you post it to your own account? That is a true example of how media can work to silence us. And even if it's just a straight up story saying President Trump won the election, that's just a fact. And if you're not pushing the facts, what's the point of even having that media outlet? But I think posting it on your own account is something that I would have definitely done, and maybe even starting your own website and your own blog where you can push your own stories and send them around. Post them. Even if you don't have any followers, people will see them in some way, shape, or form. Keep pushing them. Keep posting them. You should never stop posting the stories, especially the truth. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So you just talked about earlier in your speech how in the previous administration there was a lot of miscommunication, a lot of things that said Joe Biden's going to continue in the race where he didn't. And I was wondering, in the pursuit of knowing what is true and what is not true, how do you suggest us taking that into our own hands as people who might not be in the White House or in those situations? What can we do to look at the information and to deduce what is right and what is not, or what is true and what's not?
That's a really good question. And to that, I would say, do your research. Make sure that you were looking at both sides of the aisle. When I do my research for my stories, I make sure that I'm looking at every single different outlet, whether that's CNN, Fox News, your right-leaning outlets, your left-leaning outlets, just to make sure that I'm getting both sides of the story right. And also, don't be afraid to reach out to whatever you're working on, whether that's, the border numbers, you reach out to DHS yourself, or that's, a fact-based, numbers-based outlet where you can get your information that won't be filtered by a narrative. And to that, that's what I would say. But that's a great question.
Hello. So I think as conservatives, as you were talking about, we really want to be fact-based, and that's an advantage that we have. And, in my experience, I have my own blog and I really try to focus on that. But in today's fast-paced media world where everything is X-posts and short form videos, how do you balance wanting to give that context with trying to get your point across in a very fast and succinct way?
So I think that's a great question. And I would say with my reporting, it's so important to be succinct. And whether that's on X, I'll make a short explainer video where I break down, say the president signed something into effect. I will go into that bill and I'll pull some of the top key points and I'll make a post or a video, just an explainer video. And then I say, if you want more information, go to my blog or go to this website where I can just break down each and every point and what this means for the American people and what people are getting wrong that maybe they don't know about. It's important to highlight the important information that is in this bill. Whatever the left is saying, make sure that you say, well, critics are saying this. Here's what's also fantastic about it, and here's why, in bullet point lists. I think using bullet point lists are a really easy and fast way to get a point across without having to, type a whole thing out and have people, drudge through it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I wanted to ask, so I was talking to the Run Gen Z booth who helps people get elected, but something with that is even if you have the best intentions, you're now on a public platform, you're never going to make people 100% happy. How do you deal with the negativity and hate even when you're trying to do good?
I really like this question because that's something that I have dealt with countless times in this space. And there was a situation that had happened that I reported on. It involved a flight on the way home from America Fest, and it got a lot of hate. And I was reporting on something that was happening to me in real time. And I had so many people send me terrible death threat emails. You should, off yourself, all these nasty, nasty things. You got to keep pushing, because when you strike a nerve with people who are going to be negative and nasty to you, that means you're doing the right thing. And there are people who will side with you. There are people who are on your side. Even though the criticism is loud, pay attention to those who are supporting you. And just, you can't let that stop you. You can't let the negativity deter you from speaking your truth, doing your own work and good work, and making a difference in your community. Thank you for the question. Thank you. I think that's it for the time. I think we're good. Okay, so if you have any further questions, you can find me. I'll be floating around the media booths and media row. So thank you guys so much for your time, and I appreciate you. Thank you. God bless.
Well, that was another strong speech, and then it really interesting with the Q&A afterwards, because you had the young women coming up, especially the one woman who said she wrote for the school paper, and then her teacher said she couldn't write the story because it was about Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I think the Q&A is so important, especially for Monica, to answer those questions, because we really are looking at future generations, and these are going to be the future journalists, the people that are conveying information and holding government accountable, and it is important to ensure that we have that lifeline and that mentorship. I know we were talking about it during the break, but when I was studying journalism in school, I didn't have that type of mentorship. In fact, I was at Penn State back during the first time President Trump ran for election. And I'll tell you what, you didn't publicly say that you were MAGA. You didn't publicly say that you were supporting President Trump, because it was just unheard of on college campuses. You would immediately be called a racist, a sexist, everything you can possibly imagine. So it really did suppress a lot of voices. And I don't want to go fully down the story. I know a lot of people might have heard it already, Allison, but I do think it's important to note, as Monica was answering those questions, one of the biggest reasons that I got out of mainstream media was during my last job, and this is during COVID, I tried to report on what was actually going on. I had so many people coming up to me. I had the sources. I had a phenomenal story, essentially blowing the whistle on all of the propaganda that we were seeing on mainstream news. But because I worked for CBS, a CBS affiliate, corporate told me that if I tried to air this story, I would be fired. And then, of course, I would be blacklisted from the industry. And that's when I raised my eyebrows and said something is wrong. So I just love the fact that we have now independent media. We have a new form of journalism in which people can speak up and discover the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can speak the truth because everything is open source now. So if you can't get an interview with someone, go to the documents. You can find the documents. If you can research, if you are a good researcher, you can tell a story. Yes. With the documents that are out there. Emily, I'd love for you to weigh in on this.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as Monica was on the stage there, I was here interviewing Daily Caller investigative reporter Ashley Brasfield. She was echoing a lot of the same sentiment as Monica about the challenges that young women in media face today. Really interesting stuff. You know, Ashley was telling me about an investigation that she's doing into the Biden White House, the cover-ups, the use of the auto pen. What did staffers know? What didn't they know? Why weren't journalists asking the questions that they should have been asking? And I can imagine that Monica probably goes through the same thing as a White House correspondent today. You know, it's a very different administration. The Trump administration is much more transparent than what we saw over the past 4 years. But like I said, a lot of challenges for young women in media. Allison, Michelle, I know that you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. We all have faced that. But great that we are addressing those things here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in Dallas, able to have those conversations and share different perspectives. Monica, I think, is going to be stopping by our booth later in the day, so we'll be hearing from her directly. Just a lot of inspiring voices here, Allison and Michelle.
Yeah, and you know what? I was having this moment when I was watching Monica, and she was giving so much great information, and I thought, you know what? So far today, everything that we're hearing, it's tips, it's inspiration, it's about faith, family, children, career. But I'm not hearing any male bashing, men bashing, you know, not once.
That's actually a good point.
And I'm thinking, wow, I've gone to a lot of women's conferences over the years, and that's usually kind of the salvo.
Well, especially women in leadership, because then it gets into this slippery slope, which I cannot stand, the victim mentality. And I know a lot of you are like that as well. But it gets into the victim mentality. Yeah. You're here because you're a woman. You will never have this because we need to take down the patriarchy. We need to take down men. Men are the problem, men are evil. And that's really just such a toxic narrative.
But it's one that's been out there for the past, it's still out there.
It's still out there.
It's still out there, and it's one that's been really heavy for the past 10 to 15 years. And that's why this is such a unique conference, because it's so inspirational and positive. And I just love that.
Yeah. 100%. I actually believe we have another speaker on the stage at this point. Ginny Urich, she's the founder of 1,000 Hours Outside, a mom of 5, and a powerful advocate for getting kids off screens and into nature. So let's tune into her message. This will be a good one.
Dive into it, and I said, well, what is my job going to be as the assistant? And she says, your job is to keep time. So you're about to learn things. If you don't know much about birth or home birth, you're going to learn something really important. Ready for this? Once the head comes out, you got to know how many minutes are happening so that you know safely the rest of the body comes out. So she said, once the head comes out, then you're going to look at your watch and you're going to tell me 1 minute, 2 minutes. I was like, no problem. I can totally do this job. So we show up. I've never met this woman before. And I walk in the room. I'm going to call her Mallory. It's not her real name. I walk into the room and there's a birth tub and it's taking up so much of the living room and it's beautiful and there's candles. This is ambiance. And I'm like, who's here? There was a grandma. She is kind of old. Little frail. So there's a grandma. There was her husband. He appeared to not be in the home birth crowd. He was just, I don't know, maybe he was upset about the birthing situation. I'm not sure. He was not really bought in. And then there was this really small doula in training named Tu, and she was just, smaller maybe than I've ever been in my life. And so I'm looking for my couch to sit on so that I can be ready for when the head comes out. Here I am. I'm looking around. But what happened was, in all of the chaos, I ended up really close to the birth tub. And this woman, who I have never met before in my life, throws her arms around me, and she starts to moan in my ear. And I don't know, am I supposed to say to her, I'm just here to keep time? I didn't know what to do. And then she says this, I'm too hot, I need to get out of the birth tub. I was like, I had to touch your wet leg? I don't know. And this is what I end up doing. The other people couldn't do it. So I am grabbing her leg and we're in and out and in and out. I'm wet. I was just supposed to keep time. And I got to be honest, I got bored. My midwife was like, this is not her first baby. It's going to be quick. And I was like, I don't know, for hours. I'm getting her in and out of this birth tub. I'm ready to go home. And no one else was anywhere to be found. I don't know where they went. And the final straw was when I walked to the hallway where the bathroom was, and the midwife was asleep. In the middle of the hallway, just out. I was like, I have to take something into my own hands here because I'm done. I am ready to go home. And so when I was trying to have my babies, sometimes it kind of gets stuck and you got to kind of push that process along. And so this woman told me, she said, put your leg up on a chair. I was like, okay, it shifts the baby and it worked for me. So I said, Mallory, we're going to do some here. I'm going to get this chair and I'm going to need you to put your leg up on it. And guess what? It worked. It worked. All of a sudden she says, the baby's coming. And the midwife woke up and it's frantic. And I do not know how it happened, but somehow this woman backed me into the bathroom and I am shoved up against the wall, holding her like this while she delivers her baby. And all of a sudden the midwife says, the head came out. And she asked me for the time. I was like, can you find somebody else? And so I had to hold her like this, and I had to say what the time is. 1 minute, 2 minutes. And then all of a sudden it got to some frantic point where it had been too much time, apparently. And so she says, we have to turn her over. I was like, well, how am I supposed to do that? It's just me, and I'm shoved in this bathroom. And so I did. I had to turn this woman over, and the baby was born. Oh, what an experience. 5 years later, I got to meet him. He came up to me at a homeschool conference I was speaking at. He says, I'm Jack. Do you remember me? No, not really, but it was quite an experience. And here's what I want to leave you with. 2 7-word sentences. This is God's number, 2 7-word sentences, and I want you to take them with you. The first one is this. Put your leg up on a chair. We live in a day and age where things are rapidly changing. The average person who starts a career is going to have 7 of them. 7. Gone are the days. The people who had one career for 30 years, they've died. This is exciting. It's scary, but the time is now. You might have 12 to 24 jobs. Someone was asking yesterday, she said, I just graduated from high school. I'm not quite sure what to do. This is your time. You try stuff. And here's the concern. The concern is that you might mislive. This is what William Irvine says. He says, there is danger that you will mislive. And so my second 7-word sentence that I want you to do, and I want you to commit to doing it, is all summer long, I want you to read 3 chapters. 3 chapters a day. Because you have to know what you're about. We live in a sweeping culture where the norms are constantly changing. Social media is the largest social conformity engine ever created. And so you have to know what you're about. You have to know what you believe about faith and family and education and work and the sanctity of life. You have to know. And so in order to do that, you have to read. And I'm going to give you 2 examples because the only reason I am on this stage is because of these things I've read. And the books I'm going to show you cost less than $10. They're so short. I read them in less than a day. And you never know. You don't know the paragraph that's going to change your life. Here's the first one. It's from a book called Learning All the Time by John Holt. The subtitle is How Young Children Learn to Read, Write, Do Math, and Investigate the World Without Being Taught. It's so true. Here's what John Holt says. He says, what young children need is the opportunity to see older children and adults completing things. They need to have some sense of the process by which good work is done. And I read it and I was convicted because I was not doing that as a parent. I was orchestrating. But parenting is modeling. Life is modeling. You're showing to people, man, how do you live? How do you live a good life? And so I read it and I was convicted and I was like, I got to put my leg up on a chair. I got to try something different. He goes on and he says, adults must use the skills they have where children can see them. We do not do this. We siphon kids off. We put them in a box for 13 years and then we send them off into a world that's rapidly changing and it doesn't work. So I was convicted, but also concerned because I was like, I don't have anything. But John Holt covered it. He says this, in the unlikely event that you have no skills, I got nothing. He says you got to learn something and let your kids see you learning. So not long after that, I got asked to write a book. All right, but you know I have a math degree, so that's opposite of writing a book. It's no sentences. There's not even hardly any words. It's just letters. So this is not in my skill set. And I was like, okay, well, I just read this. And I'm like, I'm in this situation, an unlikely event. I have no skills. So I'm going to learn. So I said, okay, I want to write this book called Until the Streetlights Come On. And the editor said, no. No. He says, no, we're going to tell you the book that we want you to write. He said, I want you to write a craft book. And also, I have to be the photographer. So there was this point in time where my husband had lost his job. We had 4 kids under 5. It wasn't really the right time to ask for newborn photos. And I thought, well, how hard can it be? I'll give it a go. I have no skills. But I had just read that paragraph in the unlikely event. Kids must see. They must. Adults must show them. And so I learned. And this book came out, and it was beautiful. My kids were involved. The grandparents were involved. The neighbors were involved. You have to start to bring kids up so that they have more and more interaction with the adult world. And the editor, he sent a message, and he said, you have put together such a fine manuscript. One of the best in my experience. And they sent this layout and design, and it was so beautiful. And I was so excited. And then a couple days later, my editor called, and I'm thinking this is going to be a great phone call. So I had it on speakerphone so I don't get a brain tumor. And my friend was there. And he said, due to COVID, we're going to have to cancel your book contract. And friends, I was so embarrassed. I was humiliated. I'm going to have to tell you, I was so mad at John Holt. Oh, this did not work out for me. And so I was like, I'm going to have to call everybody and tell them the book got canceled, but we ended up self-publishing. And because we self-published, we got these books printed here in the United States. We got them in hand on April 29th. They weren't supposed to come in until November. And on April 30th, I was on the Today Show. Look at that. So modeling the process, but also modeling what happens when there's a dip. What happens when you're humiliated? What happens when it doesn't work out like how you thought? I'm going to give you one more. This is from a book called by Stephen Pressfield called The War of Art. It is so small. It is the smallest book. And at the very, very end, I'm going to give you a list of my books because I think you should read them. If you read 3 chapters a day, you'll get through 2 books a week. 50 books a year, 100 books a year, it's going to change your life. I read this. Fear is good. Like self-doubt, fear is an indicator. Fear tells us what we have to do. I was like, I don't like that. I don't want to be afraid. And just a couple weeks later, just like the other one, I had this woman reach out and she said, I would like for you possibly to speak on the main stage at the Florida Homeschool Educator Conference, 15 to 18,000 people. I was like, nope, no thank you. Who wants to do that? I don't want to do that. She said, it's just a possibility, and would you be willing? And so I said, I guess I would be willing, but I'm assuming no way. There's no way she's going to pick me. And so months went by, and I heard nothing, and I was like, phew, I'm off the hook. And then one day she called, and she said, we're announcing it tomorrow. I was like, I should have said no. What am I going to get up there and say? And I don't feel qualified. And I had a couple days where I started to get used to it, and then they posted this. I was like, come on. Are you kidding me? I'm just a regular mom. What am I going to be doing up there with Ben Carson? I started to ask people, I was like, do you happen to know who Ben Carson is? Like, he ran for president. I was like, no. And I had this book of his. It's called Take the Risk. And I figured, well, now's a good time for me to read it. But I quit at page 38. Because here's what it says. The most famous brain surgeon in America. He's successfully separated infant twins, joined at the head. He's done hemispherectomies. What? Then my friend sent me this. She sends me this picture. Heroes of history. But you take the risk. And friends, let me tell you what happens. Then other doors open. And really the things all combine. They combine. Because then what happens is my kids get to come along. And then I get to end up in wonderful situations like this situation with you. And you have to take that risk. And in order to do it, you have to know what you're about. I'm going to have my daughters stand up. They're right in the middle. These are my 2 oldest daughters. And this is a super random story, but because we're here, I get to have opportunities to model for them what is real adult life like. Now, these girls, they've got music on Apple Music and Spotify. It's pretty incredible. They have worked with a producer who does Mercy Me and Toby Mac and Ann Wilson. Their band is called Two Better Friends. Please write it down because they want to have more subscribers than their brothers. And I know that you are going to help them out. Two Better Friends, it comes from this. You've never seen Two Better Friends. And they've got this music that they're doing, and they're out and they're doing their life and they're living their things. And last night at dinner, we were sitting next to Nala Ray. Just happened to be sitting right next to her. And so all dinner, we were like, should we introduce ourselves? Should we say hello? Will she think we're weird? You know, that's what we're talking about. And so finally, we're like, well, we're sitting right next to her, and we're going to say hello. And here we are in this spot. Because I've read these books, here we are. And so we walked over to her, and we're just, trying not to interrupt and not be weird. And I tell you what, she jumped out of her seat. We said she is the nicest person we have ever met. Ever. And my girls walked away and they said, if we are ever famous, we would like to act just like her. What an experience. And this is what happens is like, as you grow, and this is really important, as you grow, you allow the people who are around you to grow as well. You have to step out into things that you're afraid of. I met a dad last night. He said his daughter is here and she is starting a TPUSA chapter at her school. And he said it's the 3rd largest school district in Texas. And you have to do these things. What happens when you step out? It allows other people to step out and grow along with you. But there is danger. There is danger that you will mislive. And so you have to think through, well, what do I want? Do I want to homeschool? Does it make sense to me to put my child on a school bus at 8 in the morning and they don't come home till 4:30 in the afternoon? Does that make sense? Does it make sense in a world that is no longer assembly line to put them in an assembly line system? Does it make sense? And you have to think about it. You have to think about it now. And so here's my book list. It's coming. But before I put it up there, I just want to remind you, put those phones down. Put them down, especially if you're a parent. Kim John Payne says, every time we look at a phone when we're with our children, it's a micro abandonment. It's a big deal. Put it down. Do not look at your phone while you nurse your baby. They want to have that interaction with you. Put it away. Put it somewhere else. Read a book. You're going to model to them a lifetime of growth. Here's my list. Get ready to take a picture. Go, 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 go. This is it. Do you know you could have all of these books read by the end of the year? All of them. 3 chapters a day. It will change your life. I attribute all of my success, all of it, to reading. All of it. Because what happens is you start to think things through and you get different people's perspectives. And I want to end with this. I want to wrap it up with this verse. This one means a lot. As you are going out and you are putting your leg up on the chair, you're trying new things. What am I going to do next? You're going to try. The world is rapidly changing. Try new things. You're going to decide and iterate. You're going to have fear guide you. You don't really know what to do, but fear sends you on a path. This is what it says in the Bible, that if you roll your works on the Lord, roll them. We live in Michigan. There's this thing called snow. It's white, falls from the sky. It's real pretty, all right? It's called snow. It's like really cold. And when you have kids, you make these big things called snowmen. And you have these really big balls of snow, and you roll them, and you push them. And it's actually really good for development. You're rolling, and then you put on the next one and the next one. The Bible says, roll your works on the Lord. What is it, that thing that you're trying? What is that new thing? You're afraid, but you're going to do it anyway. Roll it on the Lord. And it says this, he will cause your thoughts to become agreeable to his will, and so shall your plans be established and succeed. YWLS. Thank you for having me.
Well, I was expecting that to be a conversation about homeschooling, but it really was something all different altogether, which what I took away from it was really about walking into your fear and embracing your fear, which so many of us, I mean, men and women, but women especially, so many of us, we want to be perfect, and we're so afraid of doing anything wrong or making the wrong decision, especially young women. I think that was a really powerful message.
Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to her speak, Allison. You have a phenomenal point, because it is true. Women strive for perfection, and that's a lot of pressure put on us by society. And it's nice to hear someone else talk about it and level with you, essentially, instead of trying to say that everything needs to be perfect all the time. Emily, as well, you have been busy in the field, and I think you have a pretty cool interview that I'm excited to hear about.
Yes, a very cool interview. Great points from this last speaker. There's so much pressure on young women today. And we had a chance as Monica Page, White House correspondent for Turning Point USA, as she was exiting the stage after her speech here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. She stopped by our table here at the Real America's News setup. I had a great conversation with Monica. I had a few laughs that we shared together. I want to toss to that interview so you guys can take a look at what she had to say moments after she wrapped up her speech here in Dallas. We are here in Dallas at the Young Women's Leadership Summit with Monica Page, White House correspondent. Monica, you just walked off the stage during your speech. I was so inspired, so impressed. What was it like being on stage, looking out at the sea of young women? You were such an inspiration.
Thank you so much. Well, it's definitely quite an experience, unlike anything I've ever experienced before, because this is my first Young Women's Leadership Summit. My first summit, my first time speaking at an event like this. The energy in the room is so inspiring and powerful, and you can just feel a lot of these girls that maybe don't really know either where they want to go or what direction they want to be in, but as long as my story can help inspire somebody, I'm so happy to do that, because my story is so interesting. From being bullied in school and like such a low point in my life, to now being at the White House, if there's anything that I could do or say to encourage these girls to keep going and don't stop and don't take no for an answer, I'm just so happy to do it.
That's fantastic. There's so many challenges that young women, especially in media today, face. You brought up bullying that you had to experience when you were in school. Talk to me more about those challenges that you've had to overcome in your media career.
Yeah, well, much like being bullied in school, a lot of what happens at the White House is kind of like an adult version of that, unfortunately, where you're dealing with different kinds of personalities, different kinds of, mindsets that don't align with yours, and making you seem like the villain when you're not. At the end of the day, you're just trying to do your job. Right. And kind of threading that needle between, okay, let me just keep my head down and keep my focus and don't lose sight of what's important, while also trying to deal with these people, it can be very challenging. So that's a huge challenge that I face at the White House every single day, and in the media sphere as well. And there's always a competition. There's always somebody, not somebody that's always out to get you, but it can certainly feel that way, especially in a space that is so competitive. And who's going to get the interview, and who's going to get the scoop, and who's going to get the exclusive? It's me over this other person, and it's a constant competition, can be a constant battle, and it can be exhausting. But as long as you keep your focus, keep reminding yourself of what is important, you will get the job done. And through God too, I owe a lot of it to God to make sure that I am taken care of, and my hard work is always being paid off.
Wow, that is really, really good advice, Monica. This is a very different White House than what we saw over the past 4 years, and I can understand, that competition that you bring up, because there's just more people there. They're letting so many more conservative voices into the press briefing room. Talk to us about that and how this administration is so transparent, so different than what we saw under Joe Biden the past 4 years.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because with the rise of new media, it's like double the amount of people in the press briefing room as it was in the previous administration. The previous administration, there were some empty seats. I can just steal the seat. I used to steal the Boston Globe seat. Sorry, Boston Globe. I used to sit there and try and get called on by Karine Jean-Pierre. It would never happen. But now, good luck finding a little piece of carpet to stand on in that press briefing room, because it is jam-packed. And what's great is that just because you have a seat in the briefing room doesn't mean you're always going to get called on. And under the previous administration, it kind of bred a sense of elitism among the reporters, where just because I have a seat means I'm always going to get called on, or I'm always going to get an exclusive. And that's not the case anymore. Right. Everything is flipped, where I can go in the back and I can ask a question, I can ask for clarity, ask for more notes and information pertaining to a specific bill or a policy, and they are so happy to print it right on spot and give it to me and be like, okay, here you go. All the information that I need from the White House, I always get, and I always trust that it's good information too, because it's coming straight from the source, coming straight from the White House. So I don't need to jump through the hurdles that I previously had to even try and get an interview or a quote, a comment from the press secretary. I can just go right back into the office and say, hey, can I schedule a meeting? Sure, just let me know what time. And it's a night and day difference. It really is.
Wow, I could only imagine. Monica, you are doing such a phenomenal job there in D.C. at the White House. We'll continue to very closely monitor your reporting. Before we wrap this up, what is your message to the young women here in Dallas? Anything else that you'd like to say before we let you go?
Don't take no for an answer. Never take no for an answer. And if you want something badly enough, you will always get it. You can literally do anything that you want in this world if you put your mind to it and keep your faith in God and always pray on it. And I think that's the best piece of advice.
Well, I'm inspired. I think you missed and always take the Boston Globe seat.
Yes, that too.
All right, Monica Page, thank you so much for stopping by. What a pleasure to talk with Monica after her speech. She is so fun, so down to earth, really is doing great work to try to make America great again, ask the right questions in the press briefing room. Just a great conversation, Allison and Michelle. She's very inspiring, and I look forward every time that we bring her on Real America's Voice.
Oh, she's terrific. I mean, really so smart and funny. And I would be really interested to hear some of her experiences with KGP. KGP.
That's actually a great question.
Yeah, because, I mean, for someone who, she gave a little information about what it was like to be there under Biden and now to be there under President Trump. I mean, what a stark contrast to be sitting there and have empty seats in the room, no one, telling you anything, and then all of a sudden not being able to stand, not to have any anywhere to really sit in the room.
Well, not only that, but let's remember her blatant lies when she got up onto the podium, and then reporters would try to question it, and she would get angry and actually storm off of the podium. I mean, we are talking about two very different administrations. But speaking of, our next speaker is coming out on stage right now, Congresswoman Nancy Mace. She is a trailblazer in Washington, a strong voice for liberty, and the first woman to graduate from the Citadel's Court of Cadets. Let's tune into her message.
Good afternoon, Turning Point USA. Good afternoon, Texas. Where real women, only real women, wear skirts, right? A room full of women wearing skirts. You laugh, but I wish I were kidding. That's where we are in 2025, where Democrat men and mentally ill men don't know how to define a woman. But you ladies do. And we have left-leaning women in suburbia pretending they're not offended, when we all know deep down inside they're offended. Well, not in this room, not today, not with young conservative women like each and every one of you. And I have seen some great boots today. I've got mine on with bows. I wore them just for you. I do want to talk about Minnesota this morning, and I'm going to ask that we all bow our heads. In Psalm 34:18, the Lord is close to those who are brokenhearted. And this morning, State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were tragically killed. Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot. And I hope whoever did this murderer, is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, even if that means a firing squad. This guy deserves it, because there is no place for political violence in this country. I'm so excited to be here. The last time I was at a Turning Point event, a tranny snuck in the room and tried to pick up a fern and throw it at me. So I'm glad to see there are no ferns up here and no men in skirts. So God bless each and every one of you. I'm now honored to be here. I want to thank Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a real man who stands up for women. Because we all know real men protect their women and girls. Today is the Holy Trinity of American greatness. It's Flag Day, if you didn't know. It's also the 250th birthday of the United States Army. And lastly, it is the birthday of the greatest president in American history, Donald J. Trump. And a time like literally today, last weekend, the week before that, when our nation feels divided, cars burning in streets, members of Congress assaulting ICE officers, and activist judges stopping deportations, I'm reminded that politics does not define who we are. Our values define who we are, and God transcends all politics. And I've tripped a little bit. I was once a young girl in a seat right in front of you. I was once you when I was a young woman. And I stumbled quite a bit. Some might say I jumped off a cliff a couple times without a parachute. But it's okay, because I recognize that God carried me out of the messes I sometimes created. And so I never gave up on me, despite the challenges. But most importantly, my family didn't give up on me, and God never gave up on me, because God carried me through all those tough moments. So growing up, if you were scared of my dad's bark, he's a retired general. You knew not to mess with my mom's bite. She was a retired teacher. I know some of you might have teacher moms and know what that's like. At the age of 17, I learned that dropping out of high school might not have been the best idea. I don't recommend it, but I did it once. And my parents said, if you stop going to school, you have to start going to work. So I decided that the brilliant and best idea would be to go to work at the Waffle House. So that was my first job, waiting tables at a Waffle House on the side of the road. Who's been to a Waffle House? Where are you guys? There you are. I swear, if they had Waffle House waitresses at the border, that thing would be 100% secure. Those girls are tough. So Denny's was a little too highbrow. That's why I went to Waffle House. And while Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. So I soon went from making waffles to making history. And 26 years ago, I graduated as the first woman from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. This is a college campus where we don't burn the American flag, we salute it. The Citadel was tough, it broke me down and built me back up, but ultimately, it gave me the bravery and it gave me the boldness I would later need to take on life's challenges. And some of those times, it gave me the boldness to take on leftist lunatics in Congress like Jasmine Crockett, like Kim Cheadle, like George Stephanopoulos, but that boldness got me where I am today. The left is trying its best to set the women's movement back 100 years. And you know who's going to save it? Conservative women, young conservative women. Each and every one of you in this room today are going to save women in our history. I was the first Republican woman ever elected to Congress from the state of South Carolina. That was just 4 years ago, 100 years after we got the right to vote. Conservative women refuse to be lectured by people who think there are two genders. We're not going to do that. We won't be shamed or bullied by those who think it's a good idea to force underage girls to undress in a locker room in front of grown men. We won't do that either. These are the same people who believe that men can get pregnant. Can you believe that? How crazy is that? These are the same people who want men to compete against our girls, against you in sports, against you for your scholarships, against you for your slots to get into college. These are the same people who refuse to denounce radical Islamists who would gladly take and impose Sharia law on each and every one of us. Some women carry mace in their pocketbook to protect themselves, but I want you to know this. All women in this room today have mace in Congress. And I'll use it. So I will always hold the line when it comes to protecting women and girls. Like some of you in this room, I'm a survivor. Last year, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. To women who can relate, I want you to know that you have a friend and a sister in me. And I met a young woman backstage a little bit ago who was in tears sharing her story. And I want you to know that your story is my story. Your tears are my tears. Your pain is my pain, and your worry is my worry. Just because I'm in Congress doesn't mean I haven't been right where you are today. But I want you to know that you have a friend and a sister in me. And I'm going to fight like hell for each and every one of you. Any woman who's experienced this kind of trauma shouldn't have to explain, well, we don't want to be forced to shower next to a man. This is not a privilege. This is us as women. This is our God-given right. I will never bend the knee to perverts, and neither should you. I'm serious on that one. Being nice is what got us here today. So guess what? Nancy Mace is done being nice. Who's sleeping better knowing that Donald Trump is in the White House? Where are we at? There we go. Donald Trump's detractors did everything they could to try to stop him. They impeached him. They raided his home. They indicted him. They even shot him and tried to do it a second time. But guess what? No one could stop Donald J. Trump. And you know why? Because God carried Trump. They say that President Trump hates women. They say the guy hates women, but guess what? He was the first president in American history to hire a female chief of staff in Susie Wiles. His cabinet and his secretaries are full of women. You have Attorney General Pam Bondi. You have Linda McMahon in education. You have Tulsi Gabbard at DNI. You have Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, who just defeated a senator from California who tried to bum rush the stage. She is a tough cookie. Conservative women, we are tough women, and make sure nobody forgets it. So when I was first elected, I was told if I didn't fall in line, then I wouldn't fit in. Boy, were they right. I didn't come to Congress to make friends. I came to Congress to make a difference. I came to Congress to hold the line. And when you're the first woman to sit in the barber chair at the Citadel, getting all of your hair chopped off except for 1 inch right on top and tapered around the sides and the back, looking like a man, you don't get offended if you don't get invited to the cocktail parties in Washington, D.C. When you've had a face full of mud getting yelled at saying 10 more push-ups, you don't get your feelings hurt if you don't have any friends in D.C. And let me tell you, I don't have any friends in D.C. They said, if you want a friend, get a dog. Her name is Liberty. So, by the way, a plug for Liberty. She couldn't be here today, but she loves freedom, the Constitution, and bacon. When you see her, please tell her and bring her a treat. I've never been good at following the rules. I fired a sanctuary sheriff in South Carolina last year when nearly every other Republican lawmaker in my state stood silent, stood by quietly, and let her release criminal illegal aliens who are rapists and murderers and pedophiles out onto the streets of South Carolina. You know what I did? I used my conservative voice. I used this microphone. I gave speeches. I let the world know how bad it was. And in a blue county in South Carolina, the Democrat sheriff got booted out of office. When Donald Trump was shot, I quickly forced the Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle out when she came to Congress and decided to lie to the Oversight Committee. And if you need a reminder how I love and enjoy holding the line, it was on ABC News on George Stephanopoulos' program where my young daughter was with me that day. I hit back and I taught him a lesson. I taught him a $15 million lesson in the truth because Donald Trump won $15 million in that defamation suit from that interview. Now every media hack in America knows I don't play when it comes to Donald Trump. Now don't tell the president this. I don't want a commission. I mean, it'd be nice. That's not what I want. I want, when he uses that money for the presidential library, I just want my name over the door of one of the female bathrooms. Like, that's it. Like, women only, that's it. So, if I've not been clear enough, let me give a message to the swamp today. You can't cancel what God created. And the line has been drawn with conservatives, and we will hold it. We will carry that line as God has carried each and every one of us. Now, when I walk the historic halls of Congress, I'm still the same girl from the Waffle House. I'm no different. And while I may have traded in my apron for a dress, my job is still the same. I still go to work each and every day to serve each and every one of you. Conservative women, though, today, tomorrow, and the next day, we are just getting started. Conservative women, we don't need pity. We need a microphone. We're not retreating, we're not apologizing, and we're not negotiating with woke. We, in this room today, we are going to hold the line. In Scripture, Ecclesiastes 4:12 talks about the three-stranded rope. And with three strands of rope, one is easily overpowered. With two, you can fight back to back. And while you might be successful some of the time, you can fail most of the time. And until you have a three-stranded rope held and united together, you are undefeatable. So when we talk about that three-stranded rope, we're talking about faith, we're talking about our family, we're talking about freedom. And with that three-stranded rope, we as conservative women, we are unstoppable. So the world is watching us today, and we must show them what we're made of. We're building this nation back with our heads bowed in prayer before God and our feet standing before tyrants. So I stand before you today not just as a congresswoman, not just as a survivor, but as the daughter of a king, just like each and every one of you. And just as Trump quickly rose to his feet with a defiant fist in the air in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, when he was shot, America and our conservative women are rising too. We will be courageous. We will be resilient. We are going to be united across the country, and we're going to be prepared to take on the challenges of this moment. May God bless you. May God bless your daughters. May God bless Dallas, Texas, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. And we'll do questions. We'll do Q&A. Don't be shy.
Hi, my name's Vivian. I'm a student at Troy University and I'm 19 years old. I'm very interested in getting involved in politics, and I would just ask for some advice. How would you recommend getting started in a world that's so conflicted like it is today?
Well, the first start at your age would be an internship. So you could do it on like the government side with someone who's in elected office. State house reps in most states always need help managing their offices because they have less staff. So you have like the state legislature you could intern with, or if you can get in a congressional office like my office, we take all the interns we can. We get 1,000 phone calls a day and we need help, getting back to constituents and everything. So my recommendation is to intern with an elected official, maybe where near your college campus or your hometown over the summers to get involved there. And if you didn't want to do that, or you did that and you loved it, volunteering on a campaign, because it's one thing when you're in elected office to execute the office, it's another to get elected. It's a little bit messier. You're knocking doors, you're making phone calls, you're texting friends, you're putting out yard signs. It's hard work. To see the other side of it, of how hard it is to get into office. But we do know that when women participate, women win, when women run. So good luck to you. Yes.
Hi, Congresswoman. I'm a resident of South Carolina, and I just wanted to
Amazing.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, what do you think is one of the most important issues for South Carolina at the moment?
Oh, goodness. We have several. Right now, we have the highest state income tax in the Southeast at 6.2%. We're a conservative state, and we have the highest. So that really hurts us from people coming in and doing business in South Carolina, the state growing. Secondly, we've had an issue with illegal immigrants. In Charleston County last year, I was practically the only person that got her out of office. We had a sanctuary sheriff in a conservative state where nobody was standing up to her. I stood up to her and I got her unelected. Women and girls, I just exposed Clemson University and University of South Carolina for having 13 to 15 genders on their forms, on their applications for college. Oh no. And when I did a video on Twitter and TikTok, they took it down within hours. Coastal Carolina, another university, were promoting cross-dressing on their website. I posted about it on X and TikTok. They took it down in a few hours. So that's a big issue. Our justice system. Protecting women and girls is huge. We have pedophiles in Charleston County, we've got more pedophiles out than in jail right now in our state. We have a huge problem being dismissed, these cases being dismissed, or that sort of thing. And so education, women, kids, education, school choice is a big one too. We don't focus enough on vocation. Thank you.
Hi, so I am a high school student in Massachusetts, and I attend a very liberal school, and there was an issue, for me personally, I thought it was an issue, with the girls' soccer team, where in the locker rooms we had a transgender woman or a man changing with us before every practice. And when
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not. I wish I was. But when I spoke to my fellow students and some parents, everybody thought that it was fine. How would you advise that I go about this
that is
situation?
definitely not okay. I mean, that's grooming and that's sexual abuse. That's sexual violence in my perspective, being forced to change in a room where there's a man, where there's a male. Like, that's just not okay. I probably would not, my advice is probably terrible. It would be to very publicly shame the school. But sometimes you can't do that. But if you had an army of women with you, you can do anything. That's why it's hard to do it when you're alone. But when you have a group of women supporting you, you can do anything and you'll be unstoppable.
So how would you recommend that I find that group of women in a very liberal high school and state like Massachusetts?
I would look for fellow Turning Point USA members. I'd look for Moms for Liberty, those kind of groups that are hardcore conservative, school board members that might be conservative, even if it's just one or two. Those moms, you can have an army of moms and take it on. Thank you.
Hi. Why do you think so many people are quick to accept men and women's spaces these days when it actively harms women?
Well, political violence is real. I will tell you, in the 4 years since I was elected to Congress, my property has been vandalized multiple times. I get death threats every day. And if you live in fear, meaning you don't live in obeying God and our Christ, Christ our Savior, Jesus Christ, if you don't have that kind of faith, that kind of compass, you don't take on the fear. You just sort of, shrink back and you do what's the easiest thing to do, which is to placate to crazy people. I won't do that, which is why I get in a lot of fights. I mean, I've told Jasmine Crockett to take it outside for good reason, right? But I meant it in well-meaning, being well-meaning in it. But you got to have people that are willing to stand up, and it's hard when you're getting death threats. But I don't care. I'm going to do the right thing because God's by my side. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Powerful speech by Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Actually, I thought it was one of her best speeches because it was very, I thought, modulated. I thought she spoke a lot of truth, but very sensitive, and certainly starting off with a prayer for the lawmaker in Minnesota who was shot this morning.
Yeah, and speaking of, to that point, that manhunt still underway at the moment, as this was a politically motivated attack. We're going to be following that story as well, and continuing to give you the details as we get them as well. Let's also bring in Emily Finn. Emily, you are there in the crowd with everyone. You're seeing people walk by at the very least. What was the reaction to Congresswoman Mace's speech today?
Well, Congresswoman Mace was one of the top speakers that all of the young women here were so looking forward to listening to, and I can completely understand why. As a female politician, we see so many women, in politics in D.C. that really just they seem like they have a sense of fakeness to them, right? Like they aren't down to earth like Congresswoman Mace. I so respected and appreciated her talking about her first job at the Waffle House and how that really shaped her perspective as a woman, as a person. She was encouraging conservative women to speak up, which has been an ongoing theme throughout all of the speeches that we've been hearing here in Dallas throughout the weekend, encouraging conservative women to speak up, make their voice, their values, and opinion heard. As you brought up, Allison, she also cited scripture multiple times throughout her speech. I think that is so refreshing that this is a community where if you love Jesus, you can be proud of that. You can cite the Bible. You can talk about that with a large group of young women that share those same faith-based values. She was taking some questions from the young women here. And like I said, I just really appreciate how down to earth she is. You can tell that she is very genuine and transparent, taking questions and really genuine about her advice to the young women here in Dallas, Michelle and Allison.
Yeah, you don't have to wonder how she feels about issues. She says it like it is, and I certainly appreciate that. And also how candid she is about things that have happened to her in her own life. She said she's a survivor, and she was talking about speaking with a survivor behind stage, and that she's really there for the other young women as someone who's been through some really tough times in her life.
100%. Well, I do believe we might have another speaker
that Congresswoman.
Go ahead, Emily.
Go ahead, Emily.
I was just going to say, Congresswoman Mace has been such an advocate for women's sports and for not allowing transgenders to participate in women's sports. And we do have Riley Gaines taking the stage later tonight. She's been an activist for that very cause as well. So just wanted to give a little preview to Riley. But Michelle, toss it to the stage. Who is coming up next?
Yeah, I'm excited for that one, Emily. Right now we have Kate Johnson, a passionate voice for conservative values, fearless advocate for the next generation, and a rising leader in the movement. Check it out.
It is because of this moment we have a brighter future. I actually had my fourth child, my son Whitaker, with me at the White House a couple weeks ago where we met RFK Jr. And I was telling him how thankful I am that he is out there on the front lines doing this fight. And I said, we have to think about how did we get here? What has happened that has brought us to this moment where we are cheering the destruction, in some ways, of the Western medical system, of a system that we have relied on that has grown up and in a lot of ways is the envy of the world. How did we get here? So I'm going to take you back a little bit through my story. I am Nurse Kate Johnson. Some of you probably know my husband, Benny Johnson. He is doing the ultimate Father's Day duty by being at home with our 4, 3, 20-month-old, so I could be here. I do have Whitaker in the back. He's hanging out. But I started my career off as a critical care nurse in a level 1 trauma center. I took care of the sickest of the sick patients, the patients that are literally hanging on by the edge. That is what one of my patients was hooked up to. I was in charge of all of these medications, all of this. And when you're working in this world, in this critical care world, it's really easy to think, we can do all of this, then we can do anything. We're incredible. But I started to see patients coming in who are younger and younger and younger. I started to notice that I was taking care of 35, 40-year-olds who have end-stage kidney disease, who are needing heart transplants because they're in heart failure, who have had massive heart attacks, who have had strokes. And I started to ask them, what's happening? Why are we here? What is going on in our world that I'm not taking care of? I have gunshot patients and those kinds of things, but starting to see this shift towards people who are literally dying in the prime of their life. So what is stealing their life from them? What is happening? So I left bedside and I went to work in primary care. I thought, okay, this is where it is. This is what we're going to do. Primary care is the answer. If we can get more people to utilize more primary care, we can get them in the door, we can diagnose them early, we can help with early interventions, then we can fix this. We can fix this system. So I started work for Blue Cross Blue Shield, doing work on creating models, essentially, that would help people access primary care earlier. I was sitting in a meeting with a pharmaceutical executive when she, with a big smile on her face, says, do you know that 90 cents of every medical dollar spent from Blue Cross Blue Shield goes to pharmaceuticals? And she was so happy about that. And I said, oh my God, I felt like somebody had punched me in the throat. I couldn't believe that that was what we were cheering, that we were supposed to be excited that we are spending 90% of our medical dollars on medication. That didn't add up to me. So what is it that we need this much medication, that we are so medicalized? What is this stronghold that pharmaceutical companies have on us? And why are we at the place where we have this illness burden? So then I left that and I went to work doing consulting work for the federal government because I thought, okay, there has to be somewhere where we can actually make an impact from the inside. Where can this be? So I started working for the VA. I did consulting work for them on quality improvement and access to care. Again, thinking what we need is more access. If we can get more people into hospitals, if we can get more people into doctors' offices, that's going to fix the problem. Then I had my first daughter in 2020. The world is exploding. It's COVID. Everything is a mess. And nobody really has any clear pictures. I thought the Western medical system is going to come in and it's going to save the day. It's going to be the white knight that we need. Don't worry. That moment never came. That never happened. It only got worse and worse and worse. And as somebody who truly believed in the Western medical system, because I had come from this background where, you know, we have patients who were hanging on by the thread when Steve Scalise, anybody know who Steve Scalise is? When he got shot, I was one of the trauma nurses who took care of him. He was brought into my trauma bays. Those are the kind of things that we can do in trauma medicine, in critical care medicine. But it wasn't answering the question that we had in front of us. And so I started to really step back, and look at the system and say, what is the answer? Where are we going? Because the current illness burden in America is overwhelming, and it's getting worse. We're moving to a place where we're not seeing improvements. We're seeing a decline. We're seeing mortality age drop. So for the first time ever, we are not expected to live as long as our parents lived. That's never happened before in American history. So what is going on? 75% of Americans 25 or older are overweight or obese. 40% have 2 diagnosed chronic health conditions. Chronic health conditions being things like diabetes, hypertension, heart failure. Largely, chronic health conditions are actually preventable. We have 27% of Americans 13 and older have depression or anxiety that is diagnosed. 65% of Americans take a prescription medication every day. 93% are not metabolically healthy. Only 7% of Americans meet the statistics for being metabolically healthy. And we are at a point where we are in crisis. That's why these moments with RFK saying, make America healthy again, that's why it resonates. That's why I'm standing in a room with the people who made this election happen, who turned this election for Donald Trump, because we heard that message. As women, as moms, we heard that message of make America healthy again, and it resonated inside of us because we know that we are sick. We feel that. And maybe you can't put your finger on exactly what's wrong or exactly why this is happening, but we're desperate for answers. We're desperate to not have our children have to live with a disease burden that looks like this. I mean, if we have this is our future, then this is really sad. This isn't America. This isn't the American dream. If you are not healthy, nothing else really matters. If you become sick, that's the only thing you think about. That's the only thing you're worried about. John 10:10 tells us that the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. But Jesus came to give us life and give it more abundantly. So why are we being stripped of our abundant life? Why are we being stripped of living life to the fullest? Because living with a chronic condition, you're not living life to the fullest. You're not able to fulfill your purpose, your mission, your destiny, if you are burdened by chronic illness. I realized, now that I have 4 kids, now that I've been on all sides of the medical system, I've seen it from every angle, from private, public, inside, outside, literally hands in it, that the answer is moms. That mothers are the heart of the home. That you are where health comes from. You are where it emanates from. And if you're not a mom yet, you will be. And you need to be thinking about this and prioritizing it now. You need to be paving the way for a healthy family now. We understand fundamentally that we need to be able to pass on healthy emotional and mental health to our kids. But nobody ever really talks about passing on healthy physical health and how these things are so interconnected that you can't actually separate them. That you can't have a healthy mental and emotional health if you don't have a healthy physical body. Within your capabilities, there are things that are out of our control. There are things that we can't do anything about. But there's a lot that we do have control over. And of those things, as moms, as mothers, as women, we need to take the lead and really own that part of motherhood. A healthy mother directly impacts the health of her family. This has been shown in research over and over again. You would think, in some ways, that it would be dads, the health of a father, who's more impactful. Maybe they see dad running or weightlifting or eating steak. But actually, statistics say that it's mom. It's when kids see mom model these behaviors that they actually adopt them, that they become who they are. That when kids have a mother who prioritizes her health, that's when they learn how to prioritize their health. Maybe that's not the way it should be, but that's the way it is. And we need to live in reality in some ways and say, okay, then that is mine to own. 90% of every medical decision for children is made by moms. When I first saw that, I said, that can't be right. And then I thought about my life and I said, yeah, I don't know. My husband doesn't know who our kid's doctor is. Like, if he had to take them to the doctor, he'd have to call me and say, who's the doctor? He has no idea. You are responsible for so much. That includes everything from deciding, are you going to vaccinate your kids? That moment when they hand you this brand new baby and 5 minutes later they're saying, okay, here's the vaccine. What are you going to do? Do you know? It's so overwhelming. It's so much information. Everything is coming at you all the time, all at once. And it's so easy to not be able to take responsibility, to say, well, there's an expert. There's an expert in the room. But I'm telling you, the experts have gotten us to a place where we are losing our health year over year over year. Infertility rates are out of control. They're rising 1% every year. The number of people who are struggling with mental health, 25% of women are on SSRI, are on a medication to help them feel happier. It's really getting to a place where it's abysmal. So we know that moms are responsible. This is a big burden, ladies. It's a big burden, and it's a joyous burden, but it's something that you need to be prepared for and to educate yourself on. You make 85% of the food purchasing decisions for your family. That's statistical. That's probably not even accurate. You actually probably make a lot more of the food purchasing decisions than that even. But that includes, are you taking them to a drive-through? What are you going to buy for them at the grocery store? These decisions are big. And I know that you see influencers who pop up on their camera and they're like, hey, look at me. I'm in the grocery store and look at this ingredient label. Here's all the things that you shouldn't eat. Let me tell you, as a mom with 4 kids, 4 and younger, when I'm in the grocery store, I'm just praying that nobody rips a shelf down, that nobody burns something down, that like somebody doesn't throw a glass on the floor and I'm like having to clean up marinara and glass. It's not realistic. I'm sorry. It's not realistic to make these decisions in the grocery store in real time. This stuff is complicated. It's big. It's heavy. That's why my message to you is to keep things simple. You have to know the truth, though. You have to understand what you're dealing with. You have to understand the responsibility that has been placed on you to raise this next generation. And in a world that is full of lies and full of nonsense. Anybody remember this? Do you guys see this graph? So they have the audacity to put this out from Tufts University, which in my world is one of it's like the last word in nutrition research, okay? These are very like snooty, lofty, well-educated, lots of letters behind their name people. They come out with this thing and they have the audacity to say that Lucky Charms are healthier than ground beef. And every mom in America goes like, what? What are you talking about? This isn't true. Like, why are you lying to me? Stop lying to me. And if you're lying to me about this, then what else are you lying to me about? And where do I find the truth? The truth is that you cannot look outside of your family, of yourself. You have to bring it back to you because your health belongs to you. And I love RFK Jr. and I love what is happening and I love this moment. I am so excited for it. I actually did my first YWLS presentation in 2021 on health and wellness. And it was like it was such an aberration from what everything else was because nobody really understood at that time why health and wellness really mattered for like politics and policy and the future. But I could see, because I had already worked on the inside, how much we need to take this back. My speech then was titled, "If you think socialism sucks, you have to own your health," because it belongs to you, not the government. not RFK Jr., not any of these policymakers who you might like and you might respect and you might like the direction things are going, but I'm telling you, in a minute, it can be undone. Anything they can do, they can take back. But you know what they can't take back is the decisions that you make for your family in your home. It belongs to you. And unfortunately, the truth is that policy changes may never come. Okay, it may never happen that we actually get to a place where there is no more red 40 in things. It may not. And if that's the case, that's fine, because you're going to make choices for your family that honor your family's health. And it doesn't matter what they do. But you know what? The more purchasing decisions you make that reflect your values, reflect this healthy family dynamic that you are trying to create, the more companies will actually respond. They'll become more malleable to these because they respond to market caps far more than they respond to political pressure. You have to build, I'm going to run through these super quick because I'm almost out of time, but you have to build sustainable, healthy habits for you and your family. And guys, this is basic, simple, but it's not easy. It is not easy in a world that is trying to constantly push you away from the foundational things that make you healthy. You need to go outside. I know Jenny Yurch was just on here 1,000 hours outside. She's so funny. Oh my gosh, that was one of the funniest stories I've ever heard in my life. You need to go outside. Sunshine is good for you. During COVID, they tried to lock everybody up and prevent you from going outside. That was insane. That's the opposite of what we should be doing. You have to eat real food. Eat what God made in the way he made it most of the time. So when you're in the grocery store and your kids are trying to rip everything off the shelves, or you're looking at an ingredient label and it's like maltodextrine and words you've never seen before, skip it. Just stick with real food. Stick with things that God made in the way he made them most of the time. And then you know what? On Friday, take your kids out for pizza and ice cream. That's what we do. And don't stress the small stuff, okay? It's gonna happen. They're gonna get a lollipop that has red 40 in it. It's fine if most of the time you're making these choices. You must exercise. I did Culture Apothecary with Alex a couple months ago where we talked all about exercise. And now who has seen Alex out weightlifting? Yes, she's owning that. I'd literally love to see it. You have to move your body. I started this challenge through my Instagram where I have 16,000 people who've committed to do 100 days where they commit to move their body every single day. Do you know how many people I've had over the last 4 years that I've been doing this challenge who tell me that changed their life? It changed their life to just commit to making exercise a part of their life. 1%, 15 minutes a day. And from there, so many things become so much easier. You have to sleep. Okay, I have 4 kids, 4 and younger. I know everybody's like, oh, but I can't sleep. I know, but you have to. Sleep is when everybody likes to talk about detoxing, right? Sleep is when your body actually detoxes. This is the moment that you have to have focus and prioritize this and make sure this happens for you and your family. And most important, this is actually the #1 most important thing for your health. A study done out of Harvard that was 85 years looked at all different factors. This study is thousands and thousands of pages long. Looked at so many different factors of people's health. And the #1 strongest indicator of if somebody was going to be healthy and have a healthy life was their relationships. Their ability to build and maintain and culture and nurture relationships. This is a must. That's why it's so important that you're here. That's why events like this are so valuable, because you're not just doing this to learn something about politics or to hear cool speakers. You're actually doing this for your health, which is so amazing. It's my little family. Your health belongs to you. You have to own it. You have to keep it. You have to protect it fiercely. It is yours and yours alone. And as a mom, as a woman, it is your responsibility to make sure that you have equipped your children, your family, and your husband with what they need in order to live the healthiest lives that they possibly can. It is not easy. I know it is not easy. I live it every single day. A lot of days I hardly make it out of yoga pants because everything is just a lot. It's a lot. It's not easy, but it is your responsibility. And God designed you to thrive. So if you are not thriving, take a step back, reevaluate, reassess, and find the ways that you can start to move your life forward, stepping out both in faith and health. You are so needed. This generation is so needed. You must be the ones to carry forward to a healthier future. Thank you so much.
Johnson. She was speaking about holistic health, also very important. A lot of speakers here today talking about health. And what I particularly liked about what she had to say was really about personal agency, trusting yourself, trusting your gut, not looking to the government, not looking to experts to tell you what to do, really relying on what you believe and what you think is best for yourself and for your family. That's what I got out of it.
Well, it's shocking, Allison, to think that these massive pharmaceutical companies that are ultimately killing us might not be the best person to go to for advice. You know, a lot of really interesting statistics there, including just the rising cost of obesity and how many people here in the United States are suffering with that. I also really found it interesting, the link with infertility, as I personally know many women that are struggling with that right now. And the question remains the same. Why are more women struggling with infertility nowadays, Emily?
I think that's a great question to ask there, Michelle, and I think that is something that a lot of the speakers here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit have been trying to challenge, right? As we were talking about earlier in the day, women's health has been really ignored for so long. I don't think that women's health care concerns have really been taken as seriously as they should have been. And so I think it's great for people like this to be bringing up those questions and asking, you know, why is it that women's health hasn't been taken seriously in the past? You know, we have a lot of great speakers coming up throughout the rest of the night. Congresswoman Beth Van Duren is here. Monica Page will be taking the stage again. Senator Angela Paxton, Lila Rose, Lee Ellen Baker, actress, and Riley Gaines, too. So I assume that we are going to probably hear the same sentiment about, you know, challenging the mainstream, challenging the narrative that is pushed on young women in society today in terms of family values, in terms of healthcare, in terms of career. This is a really inspiring event here in Dallas. Michelle and Allison.
You know, it's really interesting. You would think that, you know, the Republican women are conservative, and you can think of it like that. But really, if you drill down, we're really more rebellious. We're really, you know, challenging the status quo. Okay, I'm turning that back.
That's a good point, actually.
You know, not accepting what's just told to you, really being critical thinkers, thinking for yourself, choosing what you want for your life, not looking to other people to tell you what to do. I like that.
Well, now that you brought that up, too, I'm looking at this correlation, and you think about it. We are told to trust the mainstream media. We are told to take everything that they say for what it is and trust it, believe in it. But think about the pharmaceutical companies. They are paying out so many politicians, as we know, the mainstream media. They have their hands in everything. So I guess when you look at it that way, there is a correlation between just hearing the authoritative voice, right, and believing it. And now us conservatives are taking a step back and realizing maybe there are some nefarious actions going on here.
Yes, and I think also to add on to that, I think there's another layer as women, because I think as women, we're always told to look towards the man, to listen to the man as the authority figure. And I think so. I think that there's another layer there. I don't know. Emily, give us your thoughts.
We're peeling back the layers.
We're peeling the onion.
Yep. We certainly are. It's definitely a narrative pushed in the mainstream media. And you guys, I want you to listen into this interview that I had with investigative reporter from the Daily Caller, Ashley Brassfield. She's here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. And she talked about some of these issues and also the challenges to kind of work against the mainstream media narrative. As a reporter, I want you guys to listen into what she had to say. So we are here in Dallas, Texas at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. Ashley Brasfield has stopped by to check in and say hello. Ashley, you are such a pro, such a veteran when it comes to media coverage. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, is on the stage right now talking about all of the challenges that young women in media face today. What is your thoughts on all of this? Do you see any challenges for young women in the media landscape?
Yes, well, luckily the media landscape has opened up so much over the last few years, specifically thanks to just a lot of outlets and podcasts across the country that have opened that opportunity up. But yes, I currently am with the Daily Caller. I worked for RSBN covering the campaign trail, which I was very grateful for that opportunity. I got to meet so many amazing people on the campaign trail that really were supportive of young women in media and uplifting them. And I know Real America's Voice does the same. You're a young woman as well, and I think we are the future. And being at YWLS, we see so many amazing women just here in front of us right now, and these are the future of the conservative movement, really, and even just the MAGA movement in general.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've been hearing so many conversations today, just because it's so timely with the No Kings protests that are popping up all over the country today. I know that there is the big military parade for the Army's 250th birthday happening in D.C., and there's some protests planned there. I understand that your organization has done some coverage about this. Talk to us about what's going on. We're here in Dallas, and we are being so inspired by all of these speakers and talking to all of these young women, but there's some crazy unrest happening throughout the rest of the country.
Yes, I believe over 180 protests across the country with this No Kings protest, and of course, very timely with the military parade for the Army's 250th anniversary in D.C. right now. But we saw this last weekend in L.A. with the riots that were taking place against ICE agents and the just unrest that took place, and a lot of the governors not stepping up to control that. And of course, we saw President Trump stepping in to do so. We saw some court orders blocking things. But, this is another weekend where it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And it seems very timely. We've done a lot of investigative reporting at the Daily Caller, just having investigative reporters on the street, actually at the protests in LA. And they were passing out face masks to these, protesters, these rioters that were, dangerous, causing issues with police across the area. And so we've done a lot of investigative work. The Daily Caller has covered this extensively personally, and we are continuing to do that. We actually have some people out at the No Kings protest in Arlington, and we'll see what happens in D.C. I think it would be an interesting move to do so at a military parade, I must say, to do that. But I do believe that we're going to be seeing some things today, unfortunately. But hopefully everybody stays safe. And of course, everybody in D.C. stays safe. I know that's where I currently live, but happy to be here in Dallas, of course.
Yeah, you brought up President Trump's response to the Los Angeles anti-ICE riots, sending in the National Guard. He's been receiving a lot of criticism for that move. I think, from my perspective, from my opinion, I think he had to do something, right? We've seen such a failure of leadership from Gavin Newsom, from LA Mayor Karen Bass. He had to step up. If history means anything, they were going to fail to respond to this situation as well. Do you think that there's going to be any consequences for the president's actions on this? We've already seen it playing out in the courts.
Right. I do think that we're going to see some movement on these things, especially with this weekend. This is going to continue to play out across the country. We even saw Tim Walz in front of the Oversight Committee in Congress recently, and he had to, he was held to the fire a little bit over his actions, even back going in 2020 with the rioters with Black Lives Matter. And this is just a continuous, cycle, it seems like, of the funding. And we continuously have to try and investigate. I don't think there is enough investigation going on in the background of how they're being funded, and a lot of them are being funded. So I think there is a lot of opportunity with journalism, maybe even with young women, to look into that further. It's going to continue, in my opinion.
Yeah, completely.
For years to come.
Completely agree, Ashley. We need those investigations. We need people like you, young women like you, asking those questions and uncovering things. Before we wrap this up, I just want to give you an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to the young women here in Dallas at the Young Women's Leadership Summit.
Yeah, well, I always just say, put your head down and work hard. That is how you get things done as a young woman. You earn respect. Stay humble. I know there's some wonderful young women I've been able to talk to so far. We're going to have some great interviews, I know, and follow us at the Daily Caller. I know I'm going to be covering Congress a lot, so stay tuned for that. Some investigations, very interesting things coming up with former President Biden's doctor, so stay tuned for that. I think there's going to be some interesting things happen with that.
Oh, we will certainly be keeping a close eye. Ashley, thank you so much for stopping by.
Well, that was certainly talking about the All Kings protest today. No Kings protest. No Kings.
It's not like it matters because, to be quite honest with you, I think a lot of these people are forgetting Independence Day is on July 4th. The signs outside, in fact, right outside of the studio, have been quite interesting. I posted one on my Twitter. Go over there and check it out if you have a moment.
Oh, very interesting. I mean, we're getting close because we will have coverage of the parade starting at 4 p.m. right here on Real America's Voice. So that's really exciting. And of course, we'll be keeping our eyes on the protests, what's happening. But right now, we want to go back to the stage where we have our next speaker, Holistic Hilda. She's a natural living expert, wellness podcaster, and advocate for ancestral health and vibrant living. Let's go to the stage.
Speak in general. So I'm going to share with you, like I said, these 2 secrets that I want you in a little bit to speak how you're going to apply it to your life. And if you just apply one of them, you're going to be closer to showing up as your most beautiful, most confident, most strong and healthy self, the best version of you. This is me in the Omo Valley. Can you pick me out from the crowd? I'm with some Ethiopian tribes people, the Dasanach. And this is what I've learned, whether I was with them or in Australia or in Kenya or in Ecuador or Peru. The indigenous peoples, you all, spend most of their time outside. Ginny Rich has already talked about this, but let me just tell you something. We have turned into astronauts. We are living in an artificial environment, disconnected from nature and the sun, and that is a source of nourishment. This first secret I want to tell you about is the sun. Get this. In every cell in the body, there are mitochondria, these little engines that produce energy, and they get 2/3 of their energy from the sun and 1/3 from food. I'm going to say that again. 2/3 of their energy from the sun and 1/3 from food. What does that mean? Food absolutely matters. You've heard it from the stage. You've heard it from me on the Wise Traditions podcast, saying no to what's fake, ultra-processed foods, yes to what's real, single ingredient foods, eating like our ancestors did. That's important. That's foundational. But the sun is also nourishing. So I'm going to challenge you to take on this secret by doing something I call sunrise before screen rise. So say it after me. Sunrise before screen rise. Sunrise before screen rise. Thank you for humoring me. I know it's cheesy, and this is what it means. This is what it means. Instead of waking up and grabbing your phone first thing and starting the scroll, I'm suggesting you take a stroll and get outside. Here's why. When you start like this, you're like a puppet on a digital string. Unfortunately, you no longer own your phone, it owns you. And that is not the place for technology. You're supposed to use it, not have it use you. So by starting the day without your phone, it's a whole new world, literally. You step outside and then the sun gives information to your brain. You have this thing called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which always makes me think of supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. But anyway, you have this thing called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and it takes in that light information. It helps your hormones balance. It helps your metabolism. I have a friend who just started getting outside. For 2 weeks, he did this. He got the sun before a screen for 2 weeks, and he lost like 12 pounds. I know, and he didn't change anything else. So I'm not saying it's a simple solution, but I am saying it's a step in the right direction. And all I do is I get outside. You might think sunrise, that's too early for me. I get it. Just when you first get up, just get that sun first thing, 10 minutes. That's all it takes. Sunrise before screen rise. Sunrise before screen rise. All right, and here's the second secret. When I went to Ecuador in 2021, I'm here with the Quechua women. Notice that they like hats too, okay? I love that about them. They have a festival called the Inti Raymi Festival. And when I looked it up online, it said it's a sun worshiping festival. Don't believe everything you read online. It was more of a Thanksgiving. These people spent a week singing songs, making music, doing these like really interesting dances that look like you just jumped off a horse. Like it was really interesting and unusual, but it was beautiful. And it was gratitude to God for the earth and the sun. And I realized, oh, gratitude is the antidote to a shriveled, discouraged, anxious soul. And you all, we are in a tough place, not just physically, but mentally. And gratitude can flip the script. I'm going to tell you a story. So a friend of mine told me a few weeks back when the Maha Commission report came out, she said, Hilda, I'm going to try to get you to go to the White House, to come to this big unveiling. I was so excited. She said, you will get an email 72 hours before to let you know that you're in. So I got online 72 hours before, nothing. Then I looked 48 hours before, nothing. And I thought, okay, Alex Clark's going to be there, Courtney Swan, Max Lugavere, Paul Saladino, Trump, Kennedy, everyone's going to be at the White House but me. I had big time FOMO. I was really feeling left out. And I thought, okay, wait a minute. I'm going to flip the script right now. And instead of looking at what I don't have, I'm going to look at what I do have. And I'm going to be grateful. And so I started just writing. This is what I do. In the mornings, I just write down little things I'm thankful for. And when I put my head on the pillow at night, I do the same. I review what I'm thankful for, and it bookends my day, and it changes everything. And so I thought, I'm just going to be thankful whether I go to the White House or not. I'm just going to be thankful that I've got food, that I'm with my husband, that I'm doing things. And then the day of the event, I'm like looking through my emails, and I see one that says invitation, and I got invited. You don't understand. This was like 3 hours before the event. And I was like, So I went to work out and get out my nervous energy. And then I cleaned myself up. My daughter helped me with my hair. And I went there. But this is the coolest thing is, even if I wouldn't have gone, even if I wouldn't have been invited, I was still thankful. And can you just feel how good that feels? So I know how easy it is on socials to see people's highlight reels and to neglect to see the beauty in your own life. But by the way, that is only the highlight reel. You don't see all the hard stuff. You don't see all the in-between stuff. You just see the posts. So to get our eyes off of other people's highlight reels, I think it's important to see what's right in front of us. Have you ever seen a kid throw like a temper tantrum because his pie is just slightly smaller than his brother's? And you're like, this makes no sense. You've got a pie right in front of you. That's how we can be sometimes too. So I'm inviting you to develop an attitude of gratitude. Say it after me. Attitude of gratitude. Yes, you guys, scientists have studied. It flips the script in your brain. It builds new neural pathways so that you're actually more open to seeing the beautiful things around you. So the first secret has to do with the sun. The second has to do with spirit. And like I said, if you adopt either one of these, you'll get closer to showing up as your healthiest version of you in this life. So now it's your turn. I want you to stand up. Stand up for a second. Turn to the person next to you and tell them if you want to take on sunrise before screenrise or the attitude of gratitude. You have a minute each. Go. Okay, now switch. Let the other person talk. Okay. I'm so glad you verbalized it, because remember when I said I was going to marry Mitch Gore? Like, things come true when you talk about them. And I couldn't be happier, by the way. We have been married. I can't believe this. Okay, hold on to your hat. Seriously, we've been married, like, is it true? I think it is. We've been married 38 years. I can't believe it. And we have 4 kids, and I have 2 grandkids. I'm an abuelita now. I'm like, what's happening? Life is amazing, and I'm thankful. But I'm going to tell you, I want to hear more of your stories and tell you more about these secrets that I've kind of clung to for good health. So I'll be hanging around later this afternoon and evening near the Weston A. Price Foundation booth and the Birthright booth. Those are my favorite supplements. So you guys can catch me over there. But I want to close with this. So I was at the beach last summer with my friend and her sons, and we were playing. And this kid, who was about 8 years old, was building a sandcastle. And he said, when the little bridge started to collapse, he said, oh man, this is a disaster piece. Yeah, he's like, this is a disaster piece. I'm going, what did you say? And then I realized, oh my gosh, sometimes we think we are a disaster piece. When things aren't going right, when we feel heartbroken or lost or lonely. But I want to tell you something. You're not a disaster piece. You are a masterpiece. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are beautiful, yes. And there will be times when you're going to feel like everything's falling apart. But if you know the one, if you know Jesus, the one that holds it all together and is holding you in the palm of his hand, you're going to be all right. And you will be able to step into the best version of you. Like I said, adopting these small habits. One has to do with gratitude. That's to God. The other has to do with the Son. And sometimes I think what I'm really inviting you in this talk to do is to follow the Son in more ways than one. So I want to close now with the words that I close every Wise Traditions podcast with, because I think they've been really helpful for me, and I pray that they are for you as well. Stay well, my friend, and remember to keep your feet on the ground and your face to the sun. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Absolutely loving Holistic Hilda. I was unaware of her before, but now I am ready to do sunrise before screen rise. I'm going to do that sun before getting on the screen, and hopefully, like her friends, I'll lose 12 pounds.
So you're going to commit, but you have been on a great holistic journey, it seems. Especially just yesterday we were talking about it.
I have been. I've been trying different things around the area. Last night it was a Kundalini activation.
What is Kundalini?
To be honest with you, I really don't know. I showed up.
It looked great.
I showed her pictures. I was on the floor on a yoga mat, and they were doing different energies. You close your eyes, and then they walk around, and they help you get clear. So it was very cool.
And you said you felt great afterwards.
I felt great. A couple weeks ago, I did the crystal bed.
Okay.
You know, the crystal bed.
So we're hitting them all here at Rap, but I will say,
gosh, I'm losing it.
The crystal. We need to go back to the crystal bed.
I've got the phone. So we're gonna do sunrise before screen rise,
which I truly love. And you know, we're so blessed living in South Florida. One of my favorite things to do in the morning is to wake up before sunrise and walk to the beach. And I actually have a gratitude journal that I write in as often as I can, and sit at the beach, watch the sunrise, and write in my journal.
Okay, so you're doing that. I am officially a disaster piece, but I'm okay with that. Emily, you are a masterpiece. What say you?
I feel like I need to be taking notes from all of these women that are giving the health advice, the holistic advice, because I am not anywhere near as healthy as anyone is saying. I get my McDonald's from time to time. I have a lot of work to do to finally get on board with this Make America Healthy Again movement. But like I said, I think all young women that are tuning into our broadcast or watching the live stream of this event should be taking notes. This is incredible advice from all of these women that have been taking the stage here in Dallas. Michelle and Allison.
Yes, I just love the exchange of ideas and being open to new things. And that's, I think, what it's all about. And it's just such a powerful group of women coming together in love and spirituality and faith. And, you know, I just keep going back to, because I have gone to a lot of women's conferences, and this is just so radically different than anything that I've ever been to.
Yeah, good idea to plan for next year. If you know any young women, your daughter, maybe your niece or something like that, a great opportunity to get them involved, because I really do think this is impactful. But speaking of, let's get back out to the stage. We don't want you missing a thing. Our next speaker, Congresswoman Beth Van Doon. She's a proven leader.
Van Dyne.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, I've had too much coffee today. A fierce defender of American values and a strong voice for Texas in Washington.
See it. And this great awakening, I will credit the youth for bringing forward. Because I think far too long, folks in my generation and others close to my generation just started to capitulate. And they just started saying, you know what, if we say anything, we're going to get canceled. Is it really worth it? And you all said, absolutely. The American way is absolutely worth it. Having a nation that we can fight for, that we can defend, is worth it. So I want to thank all of you here for being willing and able to do that. I've got a quick speech today. I know nobody really likes to speechify, But I really do want to thank you all for being here, because I think one of the reasons why you have such a loud voice is you grew up in COVID. Like, when we had this government that was really trying to shut people down, tell people what to do, when it was a dictatorship where you were told what you can and can't do, where people were being arrested for going to the beach, where people were prevented from seeing their grandparents who may be dying in the hospital, where fathers were prevented from being with their wives during childbirth because of crazy, insane policies. You all were probably in school at the time. Some of your families might have lost their businesses. You were prevented from actually going to school, learning, having friendships, having those opportunities to play in sports, all because you had a government who said, we know better than you did. We ruined an entire generation, it seems, but you're taking it back. And we've got to recognize the fact that that is the power of what government unreined can happen. At the same time that we were being told, no, you can't go here, no, you can't do this, you can't say that, we saw our borders completely open. We saw millions and millions of people enter our country illegally. We saw fentanyl coming through. We saw over 200,000 people die as a result of it. We saw moms beaten. We saw nursing students raped and left to die. We saw police officers that were attacked in the middle of the day in large cities across the country. And this is still happening today. Just this last month, we had a woman from North Texas who died. This morning I had academy potluck, so kids who had applied to be in our military academies, we have a sending off breakfast. There's a woman who was not able to be at that breakfast this morning. 18-year-old Ava Moore, her dad was there. She was a wonderful student. She was an athlete. She was a leader. People loved her. And this past month, while she was at Lake Grapevine, right over here, she was kayaking. She got struck by two people on a vehicle. They left her to die, and then they tried to escape, hitting other cars on their way out of the parking lot. These two people were illegal immigrants here from Venezuela. And as a result, this woman who had gotten into the Air Force Academy, we nominated her not once, but twice, is not able to do that. She loved her country. She wanted to fight for her country. She's not able to do that. She's gone in an accident that should never, ever have happened. She was left to die by people who were here, who obviously didn't care about our laws, didn't care about life, were very selfish and fled the scene and left her to die, which she did. Her dad is a much better person than I am. I was angry. I called him and I said, I cannot believe it. I can't help but think how angry you are. And he said, I'm not. He goes, I love my daughter, but I don't want to get angry. I want to think about all the positives. I want to celebrate her life. So right now I'm not going to get angry. And I said, you're a better man than I am. I can learn from you, but I'm going to be angry for you. And we're going to continue to fight for our country. And that's exactly what we have to do. There are still protests happening across the nation right now. There's still protests. There are sanctuary cities who are allowing this type of criminal element in. They're not working with our law enforcement. Kristi Noem, Tom Homan are all trying to do the right thing. They are fighting for our nation. And what we're seeing is sanctuary city policies that are preventing that from happening. And no longer, I think, are people just saying, oh, it's not happening. You open up your eyes. I think it's pretty clear with your own eyes what you can see. But we are having this great awakening. And I think it's time that we actually have all of these alternative voices. I am so jealous of you because you can pick up your phone and with just a few swipes, you have access to so many different media, so many different podcasts. We've got people like Dana Lash that are out there, and she is talking truth. You've got Riley Gaines, who's using her social media platform to get out and talk about it. You've got Charlie Kirk that is going on universities. All of these things are available to you. It wasn't always like that. You still had fighters that were willing to fight, but you didn't have access. And with this access is an amazing amount of information, but also amazing amount of responsibility. When I was on first time city council, we had problems back then. And it was Irving, Texas, which is right around the corner. We had problems back then with gang activities, with people who were in our country illegally. And I wanted to work with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And we ended up working with them. But I wanted to say, if you're in our country illegally, you shouldn't be here, you commit a crime, you should be deported. This is not shocking. This is called enforcing your laws and having a safe community. You would not believe, and for some of those people who were there around the time, you would not believe the onslaught of hate that I received as a result. Called a hater, called a bigot, called a racist, you name it, white supremacist, all because I wanted to take care of my community. I wanted to protect our citizens. And by the way, when you start thinking about where a lot of this crime happens, it's in the immigrant communities. So anybody that actually cares and claims to care about the immigrant communities wasn't paying attention. They still aren't. But it took years for the media to actually even get a grasp of what that meant. In Irving, as a result of our partnership, we became one of the 5th safest cities in the country. We saw crime in all sorts of aspects, in every aspect, go down. People wanted to move there, businesses wanted to be there. But do you think that the newspaper wrote about it? Nope, they did not. And years later, when I became mayor of that city, we had a group of imams in North Texas that started an Islamic tribunal that followed Sharia law. They advertised it, they put a website on it, they had interviews on it. And when all I did was call it out, because as mayor, I was told that the city of Irving was actually starting this. We weren't starting it. But I called it out, and I went on Facebook. I know, old platform. And the only thing that I wrote was, hey, give us a chance. We're looking into this. We are finding out whether or not it's legal. The city of Irving didn't do this. But this is what I closed with. I said, American citizens need to remember that their rights are guaranteed by the Constitution. I believe no one should subjugate themselves to anything less. While I am working to better understand how this court will function and whom will be subject to its decisions, please know that if it's determined there are violations of basic rights occurring, I will not stand by idle. I will fight with every fiber of my being against this action. Our nation cannot be so overly sensitive in defending other cultures that we stop protecting our own. The American Constitution and our guaranteed rights reign supreme in our nation, and may that ever be the case. What was argumentative about that? What was nasty about that? What was negative about that? You would have thought that I had declared war on the entire Middle East as a result of that statement. And the funny thing was, the irony of that is that the imam that was really the head that the mainstream media basically canonized, years later was found to have found guilty in court of having used a 13-year-old girl. He basically was grooming her for sex. This was my fear all along, is that when we started looking at some of these communities, what they stood for, the following of Sharia law led to a lot of nasty things with women, and the paper never wrote about it. They never went back and apologized for it. But now we do have an opportunity. And I'll tell you, to give you a perfect example, Riley Gaines. Just a couple weeks ago, when she was called out by a Texas Olympian, Simone Biles. Within moments, basically, what happened was she started getting defended. People were defending. A couple years ago, she would have been shut down. But what ended up happening? Simone got cooked and fast because people like you were standing up to the craziness. You were standing up to the craziness, and that's right. That has to happen. Back in 2016, during, I guess it was January 2017, I had taken my daughter at the time. President Trump had just gotten elected. And I went up to D.C., and I don't know how many of you remember the pink parties, the parade, where they had a bunch of really angry women who had already gotten tickets to D.C., had already gotten hotels they couldn't cancel, so decided to go up and have a parade because Hillary Clinton lost. I was going downstairs in the elevator. We were on our way out of town. And I passed this woman who had a sign that said, "I am afraid." And it really angered me because I just thought, why? My daughter, who was 16 at the time, was looking at this thing, and we get in the cab, and on the way from the hotel to the airport, I just write a quick tweet at the time, and I just said to the woman who I just saw in the Hyatt Regency wearing a sign, "I am afraid. I am a woman. I am fierce. I am a fighter. I am not a victim. I am not afraid." That message needs to carry on. If you really want to drive the radical left extremists crazy, have a family. Get married. Go to church. Teach your kids American history. Have them actually love the values of our nation. Know what our history is so that when they hear it being defiled, when they hear lies about it, you and your kids can defend it with the truth. That will drive them absolutely insane. I'm telling you right now, when we start having kids that are going to college and they're arguing with their professors, and they know from where they speak, it will start turning this country around. It already has. It's insane what we have seen last year, but I'm going to challenge you all. I'm going to challenge all of you here today to take this opportunity, this tremendous responsibility that is really on your nation's and your generation's shoulders, and use it for good. Use it for truth. Use it to show others that their lives and their futures will be immeasurable, better by standing up to those truths that they believe in, to believe in the goodness of America, and to know that we are stronger together rather than being separated by hyphenated Americans in victimology groups. If you really want to be a rebel, go start a family. With President Trump's reelection and this great awakening happening in our country, we truly have an important moment in our lifetimes to break free from the corrupt and the controlling global shackles that we see. That golden age of America is before us, and you are here today because you see it, you feel it, you know it in your soul. And now we need you to go out and share it, because our future and America's future depends on it. I want to God bless you. I want to God bless Turning Point. God bless the lone state of Texas, and God bless our nation. Thank you very much. And now we have 2 minutes. Do we have 2 minutes for questions? Do we have anybody who has? I will try to be brief. Come on. Just come here and I'll yell at. Political science student.
At a university in Omaha, Nebraska.
Question? University in Omaha.
Questions over here.
Oh. Run! I got 2 minutes left. I'll try to be fast.
Okay, my name is Emma, and I'm a political science student at a very liberal college in Nebraska, who often gets in fights with her professors a lot. And I'm looking into getting into politics myself.
Yes.
So as a woman in politics, do you have any tips or guidance to getting into that sphere?
Yes, don't look at it as you're a woman in politics.
Okay.
Look at it as you're a leader in politics, that you want to do it for the right reasons, and you understand that half the country is going to hate you, and they're going to tell you what's wrong with you. Know why you want to do it. You're the only person at the end of the day that has to look in the mirror and know how you voted. Recognize it's going to be hard. Do it anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who else?
Hi. How many illegal immigrants are criminals versus ones that actually want to contribute to America and join the working class, would you say?
Well, you can argue that anybody who comes here and breaks our laws and comes to our country without obeying the laws and gets in line, that you can argue that they're all criminals. I mean, you can argue that. Now, sure, people do want to come here for the right reasons. We have avenues for them to be able to do that. And we welcome them. We are a nation based on immigration. That is a good thing. We like the diversity. What we don't like is people coming into our country not wanting to assimilate, and we're seeing it firsthand every day. There are pathways to get into our country, and unfortunately, those pathways are slowed down because we're having to deal with so much illegal immigration right now. Yeah.
Hi, so I'm a high school student at a very liberal school in Massachusetts, and I've had a lot of disagreements with my classmates over illegal immigrants.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask why you think that so many Americans, including some in media and politics, not just my school, are so welcoming towards undocumented immigrants, even in cases when there's a criminal background involved, because I don't think it's just opposition against Trump and his ideologies.
I think you've been lied to. I think that that's been the narrative, and I think when you think about it, it all gets down to power. That you've got a lot of Democrat cities, a lot of Democrat districts that are losing population because those people that live there are voting with their feet and they're moving to conservative areas. and that they are happy to give up control. They're happy to give up our freedoms and our safety in order to be able to have more population there so that Democrats don't lose their district seats in Congress. But thank you guys so much.
Beth Van Dyne, an incredible speech, and also some really fantastic questions there by really some young budding journalists. Those immigration questions, the Congresswoman did not miss a beat. When that young woman asked her about illegal immigrants and possibly some immigrants being put into the workforce or assimilating, she really snapped right back.
Yeah, and I think especially during this conference, it is so important to have those question portions in order to allow the young girls that are ultimately there for this advice to have those interactions and get their questions answered, because this is ultimately an opportunity to grow, Emily.
Yeah, Emily.
Yeah, and this is a hot topic, throughout America today, with all of the No Kings protests happening, the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles getting out of control. I'm sure all of our viewers have been seeing the news headlines on all of this. And, right now, the military parade, the 250th anniversary, the birthday of the Army, that military parade in D.C. is about to be underway. And we know that there are some protests planned there. Make sure that you're tuning in to Real America's Voice throughout the rest of the day. We will have live coverage, and we'll be bringing you the latest on how all of that plays out. Michelle and Allison.
So it's going to be fabulous. It's going to be a fabulous day, a fabulous evening. We're going to have the coverage through the fireworks at the end. And I just think it was really this entire event so far was just tremendous. What Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk has put together is such a... It's such a service to this country, and to watch it grow over the past several years, it's just been phenomenal. I can't overstate the effect that I'd like to say that young man, he's in his 30s now, but the effect he's had on this country and the course of history, it's just extraordinary. And you think that every time he does something, you're like, he can't top that. And then he does it again. And now he's been such a strong leader for young men in this country, growing considerably. And I think that he can also be a leader for strong women.
And if you look at it, ladies, the younger generations are the future. They're coming up, and I truly do believe it's our job, it's all of our jobs to educate them and allow them to have the viewpoints and the opinions and understand everything that's going on, so they don't turn into a woke society, which we've seen. But I think they're coming back on course. So just a phenomenal job there, the Young Women's Leadership Summit. Not over yet. Before we go, though, Emily, you are there physically in Dallas. Just give us one quick lay of the land. How many people are there? What was the atmosphere like? Just tell us what's going on real quick.
There is a lot of high energy in the sea of young women here in Dallas. I would say hundreds showed up to this event. As we know, they are high school, college students, young women that are trying to navigate their families, their jobs, their roles in society. A lot of great conversations here that will continue throughout the weekend at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. Thank you so much to all of our viewers for tuning in to our coverage. I hope that you are just as inspired as I was.
Absolutely fabulous coverage.